Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting this January 22nd, 2025. Thank you for coming. It's a little chilly in here, so maybe if we keep talking, it'll warm it up a little bit. I don't know. So we got a little late start, and this is our new quarters for today, and they did a nice job setting this up for us, right? It's a little echoey. Is there any way to reduce the echo? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. All right, so we begin with our conference meeting and the conference reports. And we have our first conference report is CF1, the City Manager Recruitment Interview Update.
And Jerome Post will be doing or starting the conversation along with the chair of the committee. Melinda.
Hello, good afternoon. Jerome Post, Director of Human Resources. I do have Melinda Bowker as the chair of the committee that was seated to narrow down the number of candidates for the search that you requested. As you can see from the the committee has narrowed it down to 3 candidates that they are recommending move forward to the commission for interviews. That includes Jason Davis, Matthew Vanderheyden, and Raquel Williams. And with that, I will turn it over to Chair Bowker for her comments. And if you have any questions about the committee, it's how it operated, et cetera, she can answer those for you. I'll stand on by in case you have any questions for me.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jerome.
Hi, Melinda.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Seems higher, but that's all right. Hope your new year has started out well. As Jerome stated, my name is Melinda Bowker. I was appointed to be chair of the 7-member City Manager Search Committee back at our first meeting in August. Ron Perkins was appointed as vice chair at that meeting. And just to jog your memories, the other committee members are Dan Lindblade, Bernadette Norris-Weeks, Mary Peliquin, who's over there, Earl Prisley, and Roosevelt Walters. It's been a great committee to serve with. All the members have brought a wealth of knowledge, commitment, and experience to the task we were given. We were officially tasked with advising the commission on matters with respect to the hiring of a new city manager. We were to hear citizen, neighborhood, and community recommendations about the hiring, and to review resumes and conduct interviews of candidates recommended by the consultant search firm, MGT. Our ultimate directive was to prepare a short list of candidates to be interviewed on February 4th by the City Commission. To that end, I'm very pleased that we have fulfilled our directive as just stated in collaboration with a very organized and engaged City HR department led by Jerome Post, as well as with Deli Lumen at MGT. The committee has met on 6 separate occasions. These meetings have been broadcast on the city's YouTube channel, are on the official city calendar, and were open to the public. The committee directed city staff to create a web page specifically to highlight the city manager recruitment process and our committee's activities. We also requested the creation and distribution of a city manager recruitment survey for residents to rank citizen priorities for city manager attributes. The answers of over 200 survey respondents were used to inform our deliberations and create interview questions for the candidates. Today, I am very pleased to convey the committee's recommendation that you interview the following 3 candidates at the conference agenda on February 4th. In alphabetical order, they are Jason Davis, Yes, I'm about to. The current Deputy County Administrator of St. Lucie County, Florida, Matthew Vanderheyden, Township Administrator and Director of, he is also Director of the Water and Sewer Department in the Township of Stafford, New Jersey, and Raquel Williams, the present Assistant City Manager of the City of Miami Beach, Florida. Each of these candidates received at least a majority vote, so 4 out of 7, of the search committee. And there was a deliberation that recently took place last week on Tuesday, January 14. A few key dates. December 19, we whittled the pool from the final 13 candidates recommended by MGT to 8 that we would interview on January 9. On January 9, we interviewed 7 candidates in 45-minute interviews on Zoom with a 15-minute break each. These were panel interviews where each candidate received the same 10 questions asked by the same committee member. last week on Tuesday, January 14, we deliberated for 2 hours and came up with 3 candidates out of the 7. All the candidates are unique, but a common theme is that they all have significant experience in various municipalities in infrastructure improvements, emergency management, project management, community development, financial management, personnel development, strategic planning, operations, and grant administration. Overall, I just want to say I feel we have had a very robust and involved process. I want to thank the commission for appointing pretty much, I know people are using the word rock star, so I feel like you pointed the rock star city manager search committee. And yeah, we're very pleased to present these candidates. We're very confident in them to be one of them to be our next city manager. They have various attributes and obviously come from various types of municipalities. But this is our recommendation to you to interview these 3 on February 4, to have them invited to come on February 3rd in the evening. And I can go into a little further just on the candidates themselves if you like.
Okay, very good. Does anyone have any questions of Melinda?
Yeah, I do, Mayor.
Ben, go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Melinda, and thanks, Mary, and the whole search committee for being involved. First question is the process. So I'd like to just get your feedback on the process, like what went well, what didn't go well, because as we think about city attorney next, we're going to have we have a citizens review board for that. Yeah. So any adjustments to the process that you would have, or what is how it ran the right way to do it?
I would just say that I think from the get-go, we had a fantastic organized process because we had the outside search firm in this. Using MGT and Dele Loman, they were hired back in May, and so by the time we met, they had already been active. They also met with all of you, and I would say that then working with Jerome and HR, we were able to put together something with strategic communications that I think was important. So part of the process that I think was really good was making sure that that the public knew we were meeting, that the meetings were public. We made sure they were on the calendar. We made sure the YouTube could stream live, unless, like the last meeting, the magistrate got priority, but we got, the tape right after. But also, most importantly, is we did that survey. And I think, we weren't going to do charrettes, like like there was for the city hall in each district. We didn't feel it was appropriate. It wasn't the same type of kind of search, but we really did focus on that city manager search survey. And, some things that came out, infrastructure improvement, that they be knowledge of infrastructure improvements, emergency management, and growth management, that came out as the priorities for the respondents. And what I would say for improvement, I would just say start everything as soon as possible. I think maybe getting that survey out, if that's something, probably not to use for the attorney search, but just starting things as early as possible, getting the committee to meet as quickly as possible. I think ultimately, though, I feel we really met our timeline. It worked well with the election of the new commission. And, we got to interview all day 7 candidates on January 9, from 9 a.m. to 5:15 p.m. It was a great day. That really made a difference, like being able to meet them on Zoom, ask all the same questions uniformly, make it equitable. There's no kind of ad-libbing in the process at that point. And then I think it's now in your hands, where you can actually maybe add a little more flavor to it, because ultimately you're going to be working with this individual. But yeah, I think that probably the only improvement could be getting the survey, maybe if we had thought of it or even known it early, getting it out earlier. I think making sure that your materials that are, your recruiting materials, that you get that scope out as soon as possible. But those would be my only things, yeah.
Great, thanks. That helps. That's good. How do you or the whole committee feel on this slate of 3? Just holistically.
Yeah.
You feel like good candidates, okay, wish we had different, something like, give me your just overall general sense of.
Overall, I know that on paper, there were some comments that have been quoted that, a few committee members said, well, is the pool strong enough? I want to, say for the record, and it's on recording, that last week, there was a rebuttal of that. Once we had interviewed them, our committee felt very strongly that we had a great pool of candidates brought to us. Overall, I think that the three have kind of they're all unique. Mm-hmm. They all bring a fresh look, I think, to things. Jason, he's a deputy county administrator, St. Lucie County, but he was for 16 years working for the Board of County Commissioners in Palm Beach County in various roles there. Matt Vonderhayden, very unique place, but I do want to say that, being from Stafford, New Jersey, that is the Jersey Shore. Mm-hmm. He does have shoreline. He has also done things in Ocean City. He's worked in public service in Egg Harbor Township, been a project analyst and a chemist. All of these people, committee had great comments about. With regards to Raquel Williams, I will say that the committee was enthusiastic about her. She was the only member, and this is public, from our last meeting where she got 7 out of 7 votes. So we were all asked to vote at our deliberative meeting last week to choose 3 on the ballot. And she did get 7 out of 7. People were enthusiastic about her experience in city of Miami Beach, assistant city manager, interim city manager, economic development director. She was the executive director and close by in Dania Beach for several years, for 3 years. She was an economic development manager in Miami-Dade County. And also, one of the things that one of our members really liked was her capital improvement projects coordinator background. She did that service in City of Miami Gardens. There's overall a lot of fresh ideas came from all of them. They're all very unique. And I think that, I guess they had kind of energy that we need. And that I think you guys would all enjoy working with them. And I think you're going to enjoy interviewing them. I hope you choose to interview these 3. I think this is your list, and I think you'll find your city manager out of this list.
Great. Thank you, Melinda. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. Does anyone else on the commission have any questions of Melinda?
Yes, I do. Thank you, and thank you to the committee for all the due diligence and the energy that you put into this process. Truly appreciate it. With the recommendation, you said 4 out of 7, and then you had indicated, is it Raquel? It's spelled uniquely. You said Raquel?
Yeah, Raquel, yes.
Okay.
And it's actually 3 out of 7 that we are putting forward.
Yes, understanding that. With the score that you gave, though, you said that at one point, the 3 that was chosen, it was between a ranking of 4 to 7. So you did say that the young lady, she received 7.
She received, so just what happened at the last meeting, in the first round of voting, Raquel received 7. We wanted who we put forward to have a majority of the committee's vote. Okay. So in the first round, the only 2 people that came with the majority were Raquel Williams and Matthew Vonderhayden. And Matthew came in with 4 votes of the 7. And there was a tie between Jason Davis and David Cook, with each of them having 3 out of 7. And the majority of the committee, which, I'm reporting out, I support the majority vote that we should limit it to 3. And so we re-voted between David Cook and Jason Davis. And in that vote, Jason Davis had 5 out of 7 votes. Okay. So it was a clear preference there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarity. Thank you.
Sure.
Any
Mayor,
other
I've got a
questions?
question, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So I appreciate that a lot of time went into this. I know it was a very thoughtful process, and everybody was highly engaged. But one thing I am disappointed with is that the committee made a decision to only forward on 3 candidates, and I don't know why you did that. Certainly that was not the direction from the commission. I expected to see 5, not 3. I've been through recruitments before on both ends of it, and it's very common that people drop out during the process. It's also very common that we can't reach an agreement on a contract, and then we've got to go to the second or third ranked individual. So I think it does a disservice to the commission and to the community when we've only got 3 people to choose from. And the fact that you've got 2 people ranked 3 and you don't bring them both forward makes no sense to me. So I'm disappointed in that aspect of it, and I don't know why the committee chose to only forward 3. Again, that was not the commission's direction. I know I've been fairly outspoken. I think that I wanted to see at least 5 whenever I've talked about it. So help me understand how we got to that.
Okay, well, no, I understand your comment, Commissioner Herbst. Well, to be quite frank, it was a discussion of the committee last week, how many to send forward. And there was ultimately the concern, as you said, I did mention myself about the concern about someone dropping out, and that perhaps our sweet spot was 4 or 5. Ultimately, though, the majority of the committee felt it was important to provide a service to the commission in narrowing it down to 3 based on the fact that we've been working on this for months. And so we've got a stronger, at this point, I feel, knowledge base and familiarity with the candidates. The other thing that came up was that the committee was knowledgeable that ultimately the city commission can choose to interview additional candidates. So we did take a vote. There was a vote, and 4 out of 7 of the committee felt strongly that we should narrow the candidate pool to only 3. And I am reporting the work of the majority as the chair, and I support the decision. I yield to the majority of my colleagues.
All right, well, for the record, I just want to be clear that I would have preferred to have had 5 and let the commission narrow it down to 3, not have the committee narrow it down to 3 on our behalf. So I would like to see this group enlarged to 5 before we move forward to any further commission action at this point. Again, I don't think it's appropriate to limit the choices, and I certainly don't think if we've got 2 people ranked number 3 that we just make a choice between the 2 of them. Those, at the very least, both should have been brought forward to us. So I just put that out there for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts?
Actually, I just want to also say thank you very much to you, Mary, and the entire committee. I did follow all of the work, followed all of the interviews, followed this every single step of the way. I think you guys did exemplary work. I'm fine, Mayor, with the 3 that have been brought forward to us, and I don't feel the need to add any other names to the mix. Thank you.
All right. We decided to create an advisory committee in order to assist the commission in refining the options that we would have. So out of the many that came and applied, the search company whittled it down and worked with the advisory board, and the advisory board did a yeoman's job. I really want to thank you and everybody who was on the committee for the amount of time that you put into this and the amount of study that preceded your interviews in order to make your final determination. My feeling is that I want to respect the process, and I appreciate the work that you've done, and I think we're good. I'm good with the 3, and we'll make a decision amongst the 3. If for some reason, anyone drops out or all of them drop out or whatever, we know that we have a pool of other candidates to choose from should that situation materialize. But so far, I think all 3 candidates are pretty strong candidates, and I think that they're all eager to stay in the process. And I appreciate your helping us reduce the amount of work that we would have to do by interviewing 3 instead of 5. The other two, or as many as there were others, certainly didn't measure up according to your members of your committee, and I want to respect your opinions. You're all great people, smart people, and intuitive in your own right. And I think that you're bringing forward these three should prove really great for the city moving forward, whoever we choose. And so I'm good with the three. So February 4th is the next date.
Yeah, so February 3rd in the evening will be the meet and greet. I think location to be announced, probably Susan.
Yeah, I could talk about the next steps if you'd like. So
Okay.
Monday night, it would be a meet and greet, and that's an opportunity for anyone from the community who'd like to come out and meet the candidates. That would be from 5 to 6:30 at the Women's Club. On Tuesday in the morning, we're arranging for a tour through some key spots in the city in the morning, and then at our conference meeting starting at 1:30, we'll be scheduling interviews with all three. And then Mayor, we'll talk about how we want the meeting set up as far as table on the floor versus dais.
Are we going to
et
be
cetera.
here?
We're going to be in the other room.
Back in the other room.
Yeah.
So what do you folks think? Do you want to remain at the elevated table and have the candidates sit down on the floor, or do we want to be at the same level? I mean, how do you want to do this? Any thoughts? I mean, I think we just keep it the way it is, you know?
I want to make sure that Commissioner Sorensen is happy with the seating arrangement. I know that.
Thank you.
I want you to weigh in. here.
Sensitive. Thank you.
I want
I'll
you to-
happily weigh in. So it's going to be. I'm good with the similar seating as we're doing now.
Okay, very good.
So, Mayor, my approach, because I don't think these group interviews are particularly productive, having been through them. I find them to be rather disruptive, actually. So my intention is going to be to interview each one of the candidates separately on my own and make my own decision that way. Thank you.
Well, I encourage everyone to do that because I've started that process myself. I think that's the best way to do it. And are you suggesting we don't need the meeting of all of them at once?
That's entirely up to you. I don't really care to participate in that, but defer to the group.
And
Well, Mayor,
Mayor,
I
if
have
you'd
a
like
question.
assistance
I
from
know we're
us,
meeting-
go ahead.
Are we bringing in one at a time? How's that working exactly?
So yes, that would be that they would be in a separate room.
So it's not a group?
Yeah,
Okay.
and the candidates would be brought in one at a time. We would be happy to assist by putting questions together. We could give you the list of questions so you could see what was already asked, and we can give you some more. And talk about what that format would look like. And the recruiter, Dele, from MGT, will be here for both days to assist in, running that process.
So do you want to submit questions to the committee or to the city manager and ask the candidates to each be prepared to reply to those questions in advance? Is that what you're suggesting, Vice Mayor?
It's okay. I mean, I just think each of us should do whatever it is we feel like. If we want to submit questions, or hopefully there'll be some also presented. I think each of us can figure that out. I mean, I don't want to necessarily say something that might not be comfortable for someone if they would rather have a different process. So I'm fine with how everyone wants to deal with it.
Why don't we submit questions in advance to the city manager and let them each be prepared to answer them, and that way we'll limit it to maybe like 5 or 6 questions. Because there'll probably be lengthy answers, and one will come up here, the others will be in a soundproof booth, I guess, and then
Exactly.
and then we'll make. I don't want to belabor the process, especially since each and every one of us are going to interview them separately. So I don't think we have to spend that much time, with the question and answer period. I think that one of the purposes for doing it is so that the public can see it.
Absolutely. And so we were thinking 45 minutes, but we can make them
Total?
30 per person.
That's excessive.
So then we can limit it to 30, and that will actually give you time at the tail end to do your deliberation if you'd like to do it at that point.
Okay. Well, we'll play it by ear. If it's 30, if it's 20, whatever it may be.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Mayor, but in terms of submitting, I'm not interested in submitting questions to the city manager. I don't want the candidates to see what questions I'm going to ask them. So I'm going to be asking questions that are unique to each candidate, probably.
Okay. Well, you can do that too.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do that too.
it sounds like we're still, as a whole, want to continue with the public interview, right?
I think the public
For
is
each.
entitled to that.
Yeah, I think it's good. So each candidate will be interviewed for 30 minutes individually.
Some with prepared questions and some from the floor.
Okay.
All right.
Commissioner.
Question.
Yes.
Was this the process before with the public interview in this manner? Is this the way we past practice?
Right.
Is this the way we have done it before?
Well, I've never done a city manager interview before. Let me see what I've done before. I've done city attorney.
Okay.
City attorney, we've done it that way. City attorney, we've done it where the commission would interview one by one, having
Yes, I
them
was
come
part
in,
of
and
that.
then we would rank them.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember that, but I don't remember the open interview part where for the public. Not saying that it's not
Yeah.
something we can do. Just
When I
being
became
the
a
first
city
time.
when I became a city commissioner in 2013, that's the way we did it for the city attorney job. And when I was a commissioner back in 2004, we were interviewing city manager, and that's how we did it then. Also, one by one, bringing them into the public forum, and then us asking questions, and then making a decision right there on the spot, ranking them.
Commissioner Beasley-Pittman,
Yes.
what's your view on the public? I mean, do you think it's better just done individually? What do
Well,
you think?
I will be doing individually
Individually,
as
right,
well.
me too, yeah.
Just not being accustomed. When we did the attorney, it was just the fact that we did a private interview
Correct.
and we came back with our recommendations.
Yeah.
Not trying to exclude the public, just trying to understand the process.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the past practice, that's what we do. Is the public asking for the open forum? I love transparency, just trying to understand the process.
So, Mayor, just
Yeah,
the past two
thanks.
city managers have been nominated from staff positions. So we didn't necessarily go through a process. For Lee Feldman, we did. For George Grestis, we did the
Lee Feldman was done through that process,
Yeah.
and Mr. Gretzis was done through that process.
Yeah.
Right.
and it would be typical.
What would be typical?
A public interview.
Public interview,
And
yeah.
often combined with one-on-one
Mr.
as
Stewart,
well.
when Mr. Stewart was city attorney, he was done through that process. That was in 2002, and I'm just going back and just recalling. And then when George Grestis was selected for city manager, that was done in an open forum. So to the extent that, because the last time when you became a commissioner, and when we appointed Dwayne as city attorney, there was no selection process and all that. He just was elevated from the ranks. Right. So that was a different process.
Process with where we hired Tom.
Bless you.
Yes.
Right. So, but with that process, I don't remember.
Did we have an open discussion?
So
with
one of
Tom?
the candidates there were two candidates. One dropped out before, so there was a single candidate in that position.
Oh, that made it
but
easy.
There was going to be a scheduled interview process had the other candidate
Okay.
not dropped out.
Yeah, you're right.
Another question on that is, let's say someone wants to nominate or thinks someone should be a city manager that's not part of the public interview. Can they still bring that person up and say, I think this person should be the city manager? I'm looking at Dwayne. Is that, or I don't know who we'd defer to on that.
Yes, you can make any motion
Right.
that you like. I mean, you've selected this as your process, but
Right.
it's up to your discretion, and if your colleagues support that.
Is there someone else you
Yeah.
want to add?
There's no one else I want to add, but
Okay.
Commissioner Herbst mentioned that there are some other candidates he'd really like to consider, and so what I'm hearing you say, Dwayne, is a commissioner could bring forward another person if they want when we vote on the city manager. Is that right?
A motion can be entertained for
Yeah.
any name that any members of the commission would like to put forward.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that they be part of the public process? I don't think that.
My question was, can a commissioner bring forward another name
Yes. I
For-
think it's always
for
an option.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I was clarifying to just
Okay.
make sure we're
So I do have one question about process. So Susan, this is in the afternoon on February 4th. So will there be an agenda item that evening, or will we actually be making that decision on February 4th and then ratifying that at the evening meeting?
So typically, like I said, when you're done with the interviews, you would deliberate, you would come to a consensus, because it's not a meeting, on what you would like staff. You'd probably give someone the direction to negotiate a contract with whoever your number one candidate is. Given the fact that we would have to negotiate a contract, it would probably be brought back at the subsequent meeting. Maybe, I don't know if you would do a resolution that evening directing staff to negotiate that contract, but again, it would take more than just a few hours to have that done.
But the selection will be made that afternoon by consensus, and then
Right.
move on to whatever happens that night in terms of whatever you need in the evening meeting, or?
Like I said, it would be direction to staff to negotiate a contract
Okay.
with whoever the selected candidate is.
Okay, thank you.
Or you might direct one of you to do that negotiation.
But it
with-
wouldn't
with the
happen that
individual.
night because it would be too quick to be able to negotiate a contract.
Well, no, I mean that, I understand that, but I mean our selection choice.
The selection choice would be made
That day.
That day.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Anything else?
So as I understand it then, if I want to add one more candidate, this would be the last time to do that.
But not for an interview, only adding that person's name.
Well,
to-
that makes no sense, Mayor. You can't add somebody's name who you're not going to interview. So we either interview the individual or we don't interview the individual. Let's not kind of dance around a silly question. So if
I don't
want to
think it's a
propose
silly
somebody,
question.
It is. We can't, Mayor. We're not going to nominate somebody that nobody's interviewed.
Well,
So
you're-
that makes it a pointless exercise. So I would propose now, so that we have an opportunity for all of us then to conduct our individual interviews with him. If there's no support for that, fine, there's no support. But let's not just say that I'm going to nominate somebody from the floor and that they're going to be open for a vote that night. We all know that's facetious to suggest that that would even be considered. So my recommendation is that we add that fourth candidate to the list of people to be interviewed. He was tied for third, and I think he would be an appropriate person for us to consider.
Well, is there anyone interested in enlarging the list to 4?
I'm good with 3.
I'm good with 3.
I am too. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
I am voting with if we can bring the other person in, because it is 3 for 3. So it will be an opportunity. When I say 3 for 3, meaning the vote that came in for, was it Mr. Cook? Was that the other individual?
Yes.
Okay. But I would stand with bringing his name into the conversation
All right.
for interview as well.
Well, the majority does not want to enlarge it, so it'll just be the 3 then. Okay.
Okay, very good. I just want to thank the commission, and looking forward to the resolution of the process. I do know that the public comments that we did receive is they really appreciated the transparency. I think that we got a lot of interest in watching the interviews as well, and you guys, of course, can rewatch them. So I do think the public appreciates that aspect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your great work.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to business 1, connecting our neighborhoods draft sidewalks master plan. Karen? And company. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Karen Warfel. I am the city's Transportation Planning Manager. And with me today I have Robert Modis, who's with our consulting company, Benesh, who's been hired to help us. We're here today to talk about the Sidewalk Master Plan and where we've gone since over the last year or so that we've been working on this. We're going to talk a little bit about the background, the process we've gone through, our preliminary results, and then have a conversation about next steps and get some direction from you all as we finalize this master plan. So in terms of the background, we did want to lay the groundwork to understand that this was a very data-driven master plan that we're working on, really looking at where are the gaps in the existing network of sidewalks. We weren't looking at existing sidewalk conditions. That's something Public Works is working on separately. And we've looked at a variety of different things to date, including the policy and what our sidewalk ordinance looks like. We've done public engagement throughout the process and done, the majority of the work is creating that database and baseline. And still to come after we have that conversation is finalizing the tiers, grouping some of those projects together for project consolidation, and then getting that final implementation guide for us to move forward and make change. So in terms of overall process that we've gone through, as I mentioned, a lot of it has been data collection. How do we get that baseline? We couldn't really move forward without that. So we've worked a lot on that. Then once we had that data for where we have sidewalks and not, we worked on prioritization, working with the community throughout this whole process. You'll see kind of that yellowish color on prioritization, what's important to the community, took that, put it into scoring, and created those priority tiers on the end. This is an example of the public engagement we've done, and I would like to do a special thank you to Commissioner Beasley Pittman, who did a massive amount of work hand-doing surveys with her community throughout this whole process to make sure we had good representation across the board. Some of the examples are the main purpose why people walk, understanding what people use sidewalks for. And like you would expect, people use it for exercise and pleasure, and then getting to places. And what would encourage people to use it more? Really safer accommodations, having those sidewalks so you're not walking in the road where there's lots of vehicles, and better connectivity to the places you want to go. So we used that to influence what we did for prioritization. In terms of public outreach throughout the process, I talked about the survey. There was online opportunities, paper opportunities, neighbor support night, civic associations. We've done a whole menu of different activities, including several visits to the Council of Civic Association, and we're here today at the Commission. This is an example of one of the activities we did both at the Council of Civic Associations and a neighbor support night, and they were very consistent on those different activities of what's most important to our community for where to start and prioritize. That was neighborhoods in those residential neighborhoods across town, and connecting to schools was the second priority. So again, we used it, and I'm going to hand it over to Robert to get into the technical process that his firm has gone through for us.
All right, thank you, Karen. Initially, what we started with was the Public Works Department developed some LiDAR data of where sidewalks are. So we had data about where we knew that there were sidewalks, but we weren't quite sure where there weren't. So from there, we kind of filled in some curb data that the city had put together as well, a manual shapefile that they developed internally, and kind of worked that together to develop this comprehensive sidewalk layer. So now we know where sidewalks both are and aren't, so gaps. From there, we wanted to establish some prioritization factors. So how do we select which sidewalks are the most important to start with, since there is such a need, such a large number of gaps? So we wanted to kind of take in what we heard from the public throughout our public engagement process, which was consistently that folks want to be able to walk to destinations, so especially public schools, trails and parks, future Lauder Trail, for example, and within their neighborhoods as well. So we wanted to look at residential land use and then those destinations, commercial land use as well. So that received the highest share of our prioritization ranking weights. From there, roadway characteristics, we heard a lot about safety, so we wanted to look at that and factor that in as well. That got about a quarter of the remaining weight, or I'm sorry, a quarter of the total weight. Looking at requests from neighbors, the former Q-alert system, where did folks ask for sidewalks? Looking at our pedestrian high injury network, so where is there a documented history of crashes involving people walking? And then something we called neighborhood collectors. Those are the kind of bigger roads within neighborhoods that aren't major roads, but have a lot of traffic on them, maybe a little bit more uncomfortable to walk on. From there, we wanted to take into consideration demographics, which got 10% of the weight, looking at areas where folks are walking as their primary mode, where they don't own vehicles at all, zero vehicle households, those sorts of things. And then we also wanted to look at transit as well. All transit trips generally start and end on foot. So looking at the Lauder Go service area, BCT routes, and rail stations. From there, we went and applied those prioritization factors to our segments. You can see on the right there are each gap was broken into 10-foot segments. Each 10-foot segment was applied a score. From there, we recombined those scores into what we call a mean block score. So really just taking continuous 10-foot segments that either end at a cross street or where a sidewalk begins, and came up with that score just to get a little bit less granular, something that we can really kind of look at on a map and say, oh, wow, there's really something happening over here. So from there, we use that to categorize those scores into tiers, and we wanted to be sensitive to the total mileage, of course. We don't want the tier 1 to be something so large that it would take 15 years to construct. And we also looked at the score range breaks, which look a little something like this. Tier 1 and Tier 2 are in the red. You can see that Tier 1 on the right there, it really climbs up in that score as you get into the, the highest ranked sidewalks. Those Tier 1 and 2, we would consider those short and midterm priorities. That's what we'd like to focus on consolidating into projects. 3 and 4, those are kind of your longer term priorities, and then from there, 5 and 6, those are kind of your future priorities. In general, about 437 miles of gaps that were prioritized. So, at a really high level of what preliminary results look like, you can see that there are hotspots in all commission districts, all kind of different types of neighborhoods, more suburban neighborhoods, more urban neighborhoods, all throughout the city, out in the southwest corner, central city, and north as well. So we're really happy with the way that this turned out, and we are comfortable and confident that this is a really good representation of where to start. So next steps and what we'd like to hear from you is really we're recommending accepting that stated methodology, so what I went through and those results at that high level. From there, that would allow us to move into project development. We want to approach this at a neighborhood level and start with those Tier 1 and Tier 2 gaps. We want to make sure that projects that are prioritized are, of course, neighborhood-based and they're logical. We don't want to propose a new sidewalk that will end nowhere. It should connect to another sidewalk and create that base network. And from there, just kind of acknowledging that there's a very large need, starting with a goal of at least one side of the street, having a prioritized sidewalk as part of a project to develop that base network. And then from there, the city can, in the future, go and start building out both sides, since that need is, pretty substantial. From there, we would be happy to take any questions that you have and hear any feedback that you have.
Great. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Anyone have any questions? I think we had a little bit of a taste of this yesterday when we had our goal-setting session. There was a discussion regarding sidewalks and prioritization. I don't know. Were you there, Karen?
I was watching.
You're okay. Yeah. So next steps forward.
Actually, Mayor, I do want to add something to yesterday's discussion that didn't come out. So I did raise the issue about the fact that we're missing sidewalks around some of our schools. One of the things that I wanted to point out, too, though, is it's not just public schools. I also have several private schools in my district, Cardinal Gibbons being one, and I don't have sidewalks in that area. So I've got children walking on a very, very busy street, Bayview, or alongside of it. That's something that we really have to address. The other thing I think we need to look at is making sure we've got sidewalks around parks and on streets leading up to parks. So again, like a school, these are child-intensive roadways. This is where children are going to go recreate in our parks. So as we prioritize these things, we need to be thinking more about where our children are, the most vulnerable residents in our city, the ones most likely to get hit by a car because they're not paying attention. So we need to think about schools, both public and private, and we need to be thinking about our parks, things like walking around the golf course, for example, in my area, Coral Ridge Country Club. Those are the kinds of places where you're going to find people out there going for a walk, and we're exposed to very high levels of traffic on Bayview, as I'm sure you're aware. And so I want to make sure we elevate that. Again, anything that has to do with child safety needs to be top priority, and that needs to come ahead of everything else, as far as I'm concerned. Child safety is preeminent in terms of deciding what we do first. So I just want to get that out there. Thank you.
So with regard to, and Duane, maybe you can help us out here. So with regard to sidewalks around schools, I mean, wouldn't that be the school board's responsibility? It's their property. They're the ones that should be putting sidewalks in and around their schools. I guess we'll call them tributary sidewalks, leading up to the school property. Maybe that's the city's jurisdiction. But I know around the schools where I live, there are sidewalks that are on the perimeter of the school property, and I would imagine that they put those in. What do you think is the jurisdictional responsibility here as between the two governing entities?
So our code presently requires the property owners to install the sidewalks, and so that's the jurisdictionally jurisdictionally, in terms of what the school board does on their property, we don't govern the construction of
Right.
school facilities, but we do have the requirement that
But
property
that's for new
owners install.
development, though, right? Not for existing development. We don't require any existing property owner to put in a sidewalk.
That's correct.
Okay. Just want clarity on that.
And adding to the conversation, when I think about our younger ones walking to school, not just necessarily around the school,
Right, these
but that
tributary
area that's
sidewalks,
leading
yeah.
to
Right.
the schools is also a conversation we have identified that is needed. So when you're saying around the school, just understanding that it's not just surrounding the school, it's that opportunity to walk safely to meet that destination.
That could be a quarter of a mile.
Exactly.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, I'm looking at the map here, and on page, I guess, 15, and I'm looking at the area right near my house, for example. I think there is a red line there that leads from Bennett Elementary. It's on the south side of Bennett Elementary and the north side of Sunrise Middle. So red meaning group 1. To what extent is that on our property and what's on their property? I just want to make sure that we don't get sucked into financial obligations that are appropriate for safety, but when it comes to obligation, the school board needs to chip in and help participate in this initiative. So you don't see what I'm saying? Are you looking?
I would respectfully suggest, Mayor, that's probably not the right approach to take. It isn't a matter of whether it's our right-of-way or the school board's right-of-way. These are our children. These are our children, Mayor, and I think we have a responsibility to protect them. It doesn't matter whether it's in front of a school or adjacent to the school or 2 blocks from the school. We need to be taking an approach that safety is preeminent, and especially when it comes to children. I don't want to argue with the school board about who's going to pay for something. I'd rather be focused on getting it done and focusing our priority on areas where children are at risk before we focus sidewalks anywhere else. Where children are at risk needs to come first,
Well,
irrespective of who owns it.
I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you. All I'm asking is, when we move forward with this initiative, would it be appropriate to include the school board in trying to participate in paying for it if it's on their property? That's all I'm suggesting. No one is suggesting that we should compromise the safety of school kids instead of putting a sidewalk in or not. We're trying to just discuss what are the obligations of the school board versus the city in trying to move forward. We have these same conversations, as you know, with school resource officers. The city of Fort Lauderdale certainly puts school resource officers in the schools, but we don't expect to pay 100%. And that's the conversation we've always had, where the school board pays for some of it and we pay for some of it. That's the only thing that I'm talking about. So to suggest in any way that we want to compromise the safety of kids, I think is misinterpreting what I'm saying. So
As long as we build them, happy to send them a bill and see whether they pay us, but build it first, bill them later.
okay.
Mayor, go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, I was
Yep.
going to ask the question, would move forward, and then also reaching out to see, like John said it very quickly, just build it and build them, but not delaying the opportunity to wait to decide who is going to pay for the sidewalk because of the need. So including in that conversation, bringing in the school board to say, hey, this is yours, you need to pay for it, but not allowing that to stop us from moving forward if they are delayed in payment. If I'm making myself clear.
Can you point on this map that we're looking at on page 15? What is that? As you look down the Lauderdale by the Sea and that road, is that US? Is that A1A that doesn't have any color on it?
Yes, my understanding is that A1A wouldn't have color since the majority, if not all of A1A, has sidewalks on both sides.
So where is Bayview Drive in this? is Bayview Drive
It's
just to the just to the west of that?
Sure. If you look over where Galleria Mall is, there's a kind of a hot spot around the elementary school. You can kind of follow that up north to find Bayview Drive.
Where's Galleria Mall?
That is just above the Los Oils Isles. On Sunrise?
Yeah. Where is Sunrise on here? I can't. Oh, okay. All right. I see. So that area just north of Galleria where you have orange, yellow, and red, that's right near a school.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and the prioritization was looking at not just distance from the school, but also the actual walking distance from the school, and also looking at prioritizing within that same factor, that largest weight, those residential areas. So that would capture where school children live and where they would be walking to the school as well. So, and as these are prioritized into actual projects that you could bid, we want to be, cognizant that if we're right by a park, we want to make sure that this goes to the entrance to the park, for example. We're not going to say, oh, geez, we can't build that because that's a tier 5. We would want to make sure that we would pull that in so that this is logical. I mean, there's absolutely nothing more frustrating than a sidewalk that randomly ends, and I think it would be much more frustrating if it was a brand new sidewalk that does suddenly ends. So we're definitely plan to be cognizant of that within our process of developing projects, and we were cognizant of that when we were developing our prioritization process.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions of our folks here?
We've got, in District 4, we're near Stranahan High School, for example, we've got some sidewalk needs, and so I'm working with the school board, with the school, with the community stakeholders and so forth, and that's working well. So absolutely, I'd suggest including the school board, and it's been very fruitful so far. So yeah, it's a good relationship.
All right, great.
And I think also, Mayor, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Sorensen here in that I just think we have to have that dialogue. Let's contact our school board members. Let's contact the superintendent. Let's just say that we're working on this now, this plan for the city. In other words, I don't want to just say, hey, we did sidewalks, here's your bill. I want us to be able to have a conversation sooner rather than later, letting them know what we're planning on doing. We have those same needs around Fort Lauderdale High School. So yes, we all have those needs. So I just really think that it would behoove us to have that conversation. I don't know who can, maybe a letter to the superintendent and the school board, letting them know about this and taking it from there.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions?
I just want to say thank you. Karen, Robert, welcome back
Yes,
to town.
this was
Thank you for your work
exhaustive.
on this. Nice to
It's
see you
exhaustive
again in
research.
Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
We had a
this
couple
is
of people
great.
sign up to speak.
It's really important. I look forward to getting going on this. I'm sure you saw the presentations yesterday and the discussion, how we're going to look in ways of funding this and really get it going on this, because this is something we hear all the time. You go to many of the neighborhood association meetings that I go to. You know the neighborhoods that need this and want this, and I think we're really ready to go.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will just share as a follow-up to the school board, we've met with staff and we've been working with school board planning staff, but I do think it's an excellent to elevate that a little bit
Okay,
further
good.
as well.
Thanks for
Yep.
letting us know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again.
Don't go
Great.
too far
Thank
in
you.
case we need to answer. No, you
Sure.
step aside, but I just want to, can we have a couple of people
Step
sign up to
aside.
speak? Ted and Sarah, followed by Paul Stucciero.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ted and Sarah, president of the River Oaks. I just want to say, if you all could read that light and bright looking map, you're better people than I am. That one map, I couldn't tell what that was. But I would just like to talk about one aspect that I did not hear either yesterday at the meeting or today from their great presentation, is the increase in flooding that sidewalks can have in certain residential area. I've been reading the Science America where they say that the sidewalks, especially if on both sides of the street, will increase the flooding. And because what they call...
Because they take the soil away?
Yes, plus they called it actually the green space infrastructure, which is already in place. So some areas, like our neighborhood, because you're taking soil and then adding concrete, which is just something that needs to be considered in when deciding where to put sidewalks and where not to put sidewalks. But you know, because you asked that question yesterday, Mayor, about why would a neighborhood not want sidewalks, which is a great question, which is understandable. Well, this is just one of those examples on why a neighborhood might not want them.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. And before you step away, I just want to say that I understand that you did. First of all, thank you for attending the goal-setting session yesterday. And I understand you were disappointed that the public wasn't able to speak.
Yes, I was.
But
I was going to bring this up yesterday. That's why I had to come today.
Well, I just want you to know that the public was able to speak at the conclusion of the goal-setting workshop.
I was there for 5 hours, and I had to leave. I couldn't stay
I understand,
a little bit
but
longer.
I don't want the public to think that we denied the public to speak, because I called out at the end of our goal-setting session if there was anyone from the public who sought to speak, and no one raised their hand. So I don't want you walking away and telling all the world that, you know, somehow we denied the public the access or the opportunity to speak when we did.
Well, never once during the meeting was the public told there is going to be a time at the end of the meeting where you are allowed to speak. Commissioner Sorensen brought it up, and you said that right before lunch is when we're going to have a spot. Well, that did not happen. Then you said, so I waited through lunch and then to see where it started after lunch, and that opportunity was not given then either. And after 5 hours, when they started talking about City Hall, that's when I decided, I've already been here this long and I haven't been able to speak, so I didn't see that there was going to be an opportunity. Logic to me appeared that there wouldn't be.
Well, in the future, you should have just asked me. Because
okay.
I run the meetings.
I'm in. Okay,
and that message
good.
didn't get to me.
I can agree with that.
Okay, the message didn't get to me, and I apologize for that.
Okay.
But I always want you to know.
Basically, this is what I was going to say yesterday.
Okay.
Same thing.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to congratulate you on your reelection, and I'd like to congratulate Commissioner Sorensen for being elected to my District 4.
Who are you?
Congratulations. All right. Just to let the commissioners know that I did meet with the Department of Transportation and Mobility, Karen and Milos, several times. My concern and request is to address the sidewalk situation on Southeast 15th Street from Cordova Road east to the Fisheries Restaurant. And I brought this up at a prior commissioners meeting. And I know sidewalks can be expensive. I don't know what it costs per foot or per mile. But as I talked to Karen and Milos, they told me that Southeast 15th Street is on the agenda with the master plan, but I see the master plan taking at least 4 to 5 years to be constructed.
You know, Paul, the problem with 15th Street is where do you put it? Because whoever designed that street designed it without the intention of putting sidewalks there.
Correct.
I mean, I've walked that street many, many times.
Right.
It's a tough street.
It is. It is. And I have a solution.
Do you?
That will save the city money and in time. Because to me, I hear all the commissioners talking about safety, and safety is of essence in this city, especially on Southeast 15th Street. And it's because of a couple of reasons. Number one, we got Harbordale Elementary, just west of Cordova, that I've seen students walking in the middle of the street. The second thing is wheelchair access. We have a couple of people in wheelchairs at the end of Southeast 15th Street, and you saw the pictures the last time. I literally have pictures of wheelchairs going down the yellow line on Southeast 15th. The third and fourth element are, you got the restaurant at the end of the street, so you have a lot of residents and tourists from the hotels over on Southeast 17th walking down 15th Street. And then I've had pictures of parents pushing strollers down the middle of the street.
What's your solution?
My solution is to enforce a no parking within 4 feet easement of the street. When you go from Cordova to Federal Highway, several years ago, I understand that they enforced no parking within the 4-foot easement. They don't do that on the east side of Cordova. So from Cordova to the Fisheries Restaurant. We're only talking about 4 apartment complexes on the north side that would have to rearrange their parking. And to create a 4-foot pedestrian walkway, all they have to do is these apartment complexes would have to rearrange their parking by moving it 4 feet closer to the building. And when I talked to Milos, he says, well, you need 5 feet between the building and the cars. I walked every complex on Southeast 15th that it is doable, and that's no cost to the city. That cost for rearranging the parking is on the onus of the owner of the property. And then all the city has to do is provide a walkway, a lined pathway. There's one on Southeast 10th Street near the cemetery. There's a lined walkway. That's all we need for 15th Street. And when the time comes for the sidewalks, you put the sidewalks in. But if anyone drives or walks down Southeast 15th, any time of the day, any day of the week, you will literally see people, children and parents walking in the middle of the street. It's only a matter of time before someone gets struck. And the last element, the problem that we have is that we have a public boat ramp.
Who keeps beeping here? Is that you? Is that us? Oh, okay.
Go to your room. We have the public boat ramp. So when you have these trucks and cars towing a boat that's got 8-foot beam on it, there is literally no room to walk, let alone safely. So again, I'm proposing a walkway, but it would take the city to enforce that no parking on the easement, which was done prior on the other side of Cordova. That's all I'm asking. That's the easiest and most economical solution.
So I see on the diagram that 15th Street is a yellow group, which is group 3. So it's on the radar.
Yeah.
It's just not considered a priority at this point. Is there Karen, is there some reason why that was chosen as a group 3 as opposed to a group 1 or 2? I'll put you on the spot here.
Sure. It would get down to the prioritization criteria, and as it weighs against the other locations of proximity to school. I mean, there's a school down the street, but it's not right there. Parks and things like that. So as you balance and weigh it, and actually, generally, we did not include Finger Islands, if you will look, because our ordinance does not require that. Right. But because this one is a very unique situation where there's a lot of commercial, residential going on there, it did make the list of kind of mid-level priority as well. And I think in general, we're going to have complicated situations like this and then easy ones, and we'll need to balance through that.
Mayor, if I can jump in to help with
Go
this a
ahead.
little bit, and Paul and I have spent a lot of good time working on this. So and Susan, maybe if we could get Ben or Milos up to kind of, because they've been very involved with this. So Paul's suggestion is not an actual sidewalk, but a kind of delineated pathway, pedestrian pathway, bike pathway that wouldn't have raised curves. And correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, right? So far, so good. Because one of the challenges we have there, Mayor, is there's you need to maintain the parking at those apartment buildings. So if we had an actual sidewalk, that would obviously preclude that for many folks. So Milos, this idea of the kind of delineated at grade pathway, any thoughts there, feedback?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. Milos Mojstorovic, Acting Director for Cities Transportation and Mobility. Just to give you a little background, so the concern that Mr. Paul has is a very valid concern. Our department has met with the HRA leadership, met with Mr. Paul, number of residents back in 2023. We met with Mr. Paul a number of times after that. As a result, in order to improve some level of improve safety along the corridor, we work with Broward County Traffic Engineering. They installed about 3 sets of signs for both eastbound and westbound Southeast 15th Street between Cordova and Street 10, just to raise awareness of pedestrian presence in the meanwhile before we can figure out the solution. The problem with the Southeast 15th Street is a very limited right-of-way, as we all know. We do not believe at this point it would be feasible to install anything out there without affecting something, and in this case it would be parking. There is a lot of parking that happens in tandem parking there is a lot of tandem parking that happens number of properties east of Cordova, and we believe that we would affect about 120 parking spaces if anything is to be feasible. Now, given that it's complex and we would have to obviously include AJOY and make sure that we're all on the same page and that this is the path to move forward, the recommendation would be to engage one of our consultants to look into feasibility of installing either sidewalk or some path that would have to be about 4 foot wide in order for us to have a stable, firm surface and something that would be ADA accessible and it would not expose us to any liability.
Milos, thanks. If we had some form of a reduced in terms of elevation path, would that would still affect that number of parking spots, you think?
Yes.
Karen's nodding her head. Yeah.
That is correct. Regardless whether it's elevated or at grade, we would still need about 4 feet, and it would still affect the parking spaces. But again, I would recommend that we engage a consultant, and they would look parcel by parcel based on a survey.
Okay. Because Paul's analysis has been, as we've worked on this together, is that there's, like let's say on the north side of Cordova, or 15th, there's 4 to 5 feet that possibly they could move cars forward, if that makes sense, so that they wouldn't be in that right of way to make that possible. But I know that may vary by property.
Yeah, there are some setback requirements as well. So if we put those, if we are considerate of those, at this point we do not believe it's feasible. But again, there is additional level of evaluation that we would have to do in order to make sure it is or not.
Okay. Is that something we could do?
Well, is that it would? But to the point where it's going to impact parking, are these cars trespassing onto the right of way and the easement?
So most of the vehicles are really parking to the edge of the travel lane. So rarely, depending on the size of the vehicle, sometimes we have 2 small vehicles, sometimes it's a small and a large, and sometimes they do stick out a little bit. But again, those are all associated with the properties
Right, I
and
get
the
that,
residents.
but are the I don't know if the parking spaces are too short. Are they parking in tandem? I mean, are they parking in our right of way, which is confounding this this goal to try to create enough space? Chris, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah.
He's chomping at the bit, I guess.
I am. I ran up here. So, Mayor Chris Cooper, Acting Assistant City Manager. So we need to go back and look at these developments because a lot of them may be, they look and appear to be non-conforming parking situations, which mean until they're redeveloped or there's a change in that site, it just may be what it is. But we need to take a look at what the situations are for all of those.
We may need to, dig down a little bit more granularly to see what's going on 15th Street, because I know it's a nightmare, and a lot of people do walk that street. And I represented a developer on that street who built a nice project, but he has a sidewalk that goes nowhere.
I saw that, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have to dig in.
So yeah, I think if we could, Mayor, if we could research, is there a win-win here where we're able to adjust the parking so people can maintain the existing parking capacity and have a pathway?
I think we can give direction to staff to dig a little bit more deeply into that
Susan,
one street.
Okay.
Because it is heavily traveled by pedestrians. I know that.
Okay, great. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Susan. Paul, good?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. Commissioner,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
Karen and Milos, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Oh, could I just touch on this item? So I just want to make sure we're tracking. So next steps, if I'm following for the sidewalks, we've accepted the stated methodology, right? So I just want to know, what do you all need next from us, basically?
Yes, just confirmation that you're good with what we've shared with you so far in terms of our methodology. I did hear Commissioner Herbst talk about private schools. That is something we struggled with. Where do you cut that line? But I think, the Cardinal Gibbons, maybe we look at a certain level of school and revisit that again. But aside from that, I haven't heard any other concerns with the methodology. And then we'll work forward into creating the actual plan, do the consolidation of grouping. And then the other item was start with one side of the street to create that network instead of focusing on both sides of each
Yep.
street.
Agreed.
So we'll work towards that, and then we'll have a final document for you to review and hopefully endorse.
Okay, great. And one suggestion for the schools, maybe if this is possible, Susan, is to get a list of the schools that are factored into the formula throughout the city. So what did you qualify or categorize as a, doesn't matter whether it's public or private, but categorized as a school, and then emailing that to us, Susan, so that then each commissioner can say, okay, I think this captured all the schools that in our district or not. Is that fair?
Yeah, we'll have a list of schools and what tier based on this methodology they're falling into. And just a reminder, from yesterday, we had talked about the budget for sidewalks for the 437 million, or 437 miles. We were looking at 150 million. Yesterday, we talked about 60 million as far as accelerating for seawalls, sidewalks, and roadways. So we will be coming back to you as far as what that allocation would be, and we'll work with you to just talk about what we need to start this project.
So as Robert works and creates those groups of clusters, then we'll have a better idea. If we're doing
Great.
one side, and then we'll have better numbers for you in the future.
Well, at least start with one side.
Yes.
I mean, doing both sides at this point, I would rather cover more streets than,
Right.
and your group 1 and 2 covers about 25% of the total. So, and those are your two priority groups. So if you're looking at 150 million, we're looking at a quarter of that. So, you do the math, it's about 37 million. So that would be the earmark at this point to try to accomplish those areas. So, all right.
Excellent.
Thank you. Had said,
Thank you all.
And Susan said, if we borrowed that money, we've already budgeted approximately $4 million a year towards capital improvements. But if we use that to pay off debt service, we could get up to 40-something million dollars worth of improvements. So that's where I think the commission decided where we should start, and then we'll go from there.
It was actually 62 million.
62? Okay. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Business 2, Holiday Park parking. Ben? Our parking czar?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Ben Rogers, Acting Assistant City Manager. So on Holiday Park parking, it was, I believe, last year, we got feedback from the Commission to move forward with doing a design criteria package, and we awarded that to Bermello and partners to really take two different concepts. One was a 1,000-space garage with some office space in it, and then a second concept was a 600-space garage with a supplemental surface parking lot on the south parcel, and to understand what that would look and feel like. And so they've done the first part of their task, which is to give us that kind of massing, that rough order of magnitude to make us understand kind of what the timelines and the impacts would be. So I'm going to share that today. The goal is to leave the meeting with some feedback on what you like or what you don't like, or if there's a preference on next steps. So we're going to go through the two options that they provided, and then an alternate option as well. So the first option, like I said, was a 1,000-space garage. This is kind of a massing rendering of what it would look like. This is, again, you can see the plane on the roadway, so that kind of serves as a reference point of where we're at or what we're looking at. So the Parker's just to the left of this. In option A, there was an A and a B. The first one included the office space. Second one does not include office space. And you can see that for that kind of space count-ish of around 1,000, you could go 5 stories with the office space or 4 stories and get about 875 spaces. So that is option A of what it will call the larger garage. Option 2, same kind of considerations. The top 2A has the office square footage included in it. The option 2B does not. And this was to be a smaller parking garage with the surface lot on the south side. The garage with office space would be 40 feet high, 3 stories. Without the office space, 30 feet or 2 stories, both getting you over 800 parking spaces.
Can I interrupt you for just a second?
Yes, sir.
What's the office space for? Who's asking for office space?
So when we put the proposal together, one of the concepts was what would the value of the 290 Northeast 3rd Avenue property be? That's where the Transportation Mobility Office is now. And so we were trying to figure out what the rough cost would be and what the sizing would be here to relocate potentially the Transportation Mobility Department and then sell that parcel or reuse that parcel in a different way to help fund the garage aspect.
But I thought transportation and mobility would be incorporated in a new city hall.
Yes, that is one of the plans, and this was just an exercise to understand if there was value to do this or take this alternate approach.
I see. Okay.
So the third alternative, which is something that staff kind of came up with, was to develop 2 surface parking lots. It doesn't deliver the number of parking spaces that the park probably needs. I mean, we saw the run the Panthers made and the impact it had on the area, the success of the Parker. And when the YMCA is online, there's going to be a need for parking. But this option here would deliver two parking lots, one on the north, one on the south, and deliver about 625 parking spaces. The reason that we brought this one forward is it does have some benefits to it, and the biggest one is the timeline. Again, that demand is starting to build in that area. We are starting to see some declining conditions over there with the temporary parking allocations. And so this is something we kind of put together that we could be implemented in a reasonable amount of time. It could also be funded fully through a parking fund CIP and could move forward relatively quickly. So I think, as you look at the summary slide here, there's 4 or 5 different options that I would like to get feedback on from the commission. I do think that the end goal is to have a garage structure there. However, there's a significant funding gap at this point. There's some challenges on what the timeline would be like if it was fully funded. And knowing that we have an immediate need for parking improvements in this area, again, the alternative approach is what's being recommended.
What were some of the funding sources that we were considering if we were to build a structure?
So the original funding source was from the Parks Bond Project. It had about $7 million, $7.5 million. And that was to fund about a 350 space garage, 400 space garage, with the cost of inflation and then also the capacity increase based off of the demand and the generators that have been added to that park. It would be grossly underfunded.
Is that the only source of funding?
At this point, yes.
Well, wait a minute. Let's step back. We've also talked with the Parker folks to add an increment to their ticket price, so that for every ticket there would be some money contributed towards a parking fund, as well as to the tickets for anything that was going on at the Iceplex. Has that been pursued?
Yeah, we continue those conversations. Most of those dollars would be going to support the operational costs and expenses for the garage, but not the capital costs.
Okay. So if anyone were to pay for parking, then that would go towards the capital cost, correct? So if we charge like $5 for parking, that would go towards capital costs, right?
Yeah, it would go towards the debt service.
So if we had 1,000 parking spaces and we charge $5, it's $5,000. Does that add up to enough money for each performance to be able to pay for this? Yes, no, it's a lot of money.
No, it'd be very, very challenging.
Yeah.
So, in the past, there's been conversations of some private interests coming and doing an unsolicited proposal. Those conversations continue to be had. I do think that there's still a strong interest for that. And that's, again, one of the reasons the recommendation that I'm bringing forward today is to move forward with designing the 2 surface lots and keeping the momentum going to resolve some of the current challenges we have now. And then maybe an unsolicited proposal comes in, maybe that there's a different funding solution or a long-term plan that could deliver a garage. But right now, with our financial constraints and the challenges that we're having on site, the recommendation was the 2 surface lots.
Just hate to see the whole area covered in asphalt. It's a park.
Mm-hmm.
Any other Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you.
District,
Yes, and I have been involved, Mayor, in a lot of those conversations with folks about possible P3s coming forward for this. We definitely need the parking there. We need to get going on it. It's been talked about for quite a while, especially now with the popularity of War Memorial. I heard last night people were complaining about parking for, last night was the first concert at War Memorial. Melissa Etheridge was the first performance, and I heard that parking was challenging. So that's always going to be there. And then, as you said, with the Y coming, it's just going to continue. I know what you're saying also about the 2 surface parking lots. I don't know what's the benefit of that right now rather than where people are parking on a surface that just happens to be grass? What's the difference?
I think there's a couple challenges we have
It's
right
a double
now.
diamond slope is what it is.
I know.
I think the conditions, there's some probably liabilities out there. Lighting, we have Panthers running temporary lighting and just a setup. During rain events, that area does flood in that area, which takes it away. And then, as the mayor said, there's just it's not a real ideal parking location.
How much is the two surface parking lots estimated to cost?
So the rough order of magnitude is about $4.5 million.
4.5, and we had $7 million in the bond, right, for
So,
that.
Ben, we did have 7.
We did, yes. We had 7 in the bond, but it was we talked about in December for the park bond. Some of the inflationary things, we moved dollars around. So right now, there's not a funding source other than the parking fund or a third party.
Okay, but we have money in the parking fund for two surface parking lots?
We could definitely create a capital improvement project that could fund this project.
And what timeline are we looking at?
The implementation timeline for the surface lots would be about a year and a half.
Okay, so again, Mayor, I know that we have this need, but I think maybe if we can, I'm actually optimistic that we will get a P3 on a garage, and I think it has to be more spots rather than less because of the demand there. But if we can maybe just accelerate that, I guess the discussion is then, do we go ahead and just do the two surface lots in the interim, and would that be a prudent thing to do, or would that be a waste?
So if the commission has feedback, the current project, the design criteria package delivers one concept of 30% design. And so if the surface lot would be the most optimal based off of the conditions and what challenges we're facing now, I would take that back to our current consultant and ask them to take the two surface lots to 30% design. At that point, then we could decide if we want to go to a design build project and move forward with it, or if we just stop that effort there because an unsolicited or some other action comes in.
Okay.
What's the status of, you said there may be a P3 proposal coming forward. What, any word on when that might come through?
Well, I'm anticipating that coming through pretty quickly, actually. Do you feel differently? I think we're going to get that pretty soon.
Soon, like next week, next month? Next year?
No, I think it's a lot less than next year, but I think it probably could be between the week and the month.
May I ask a question for consideration?
Yeah.
That's a lot that I usually utilize when I go to the events there. And I believe that we even need to consider the liability. It's not leveled. Ben mentioned the flooding. He didn't mention the on-surface area, which are rocks. I usually, to preserve my shoes and my ankles, I usually wear sneakers just for the safety aspect, and then I change my heels. But I'm saying that there is a liability with the way the lot is right now. With that wait for the P3, how long are we talking about even receiving it and then executing it to give that safety aspect? Not doing that two lots does not prevent us in the future from doing additional opportunities, right? So that's my concern about that.
You know what I could suggest here? The P3, should it come forward, would probably only incorporate the area next to Parker and not the south lot. So why don't we go forward and surface the south lot for the time being, at least, because it's really rough terrain. Yeah. It's much worse than the north lot, and it's gotten worse over the years. I've been here over for a number of years that I've been here, and it wasn't always like that. It's just, over the last few years, it's really taken a toll on its use and erosion and all of that. So my suggestion would be we should go forward on the south parcel with an asphalt lot. At least we'll get several hundred. We'll get about maybe 300 spaces out of that. And also preserve any
I won't say no.
yes, and at least try to avert any liability claims, which could be hundreds of thousands of dollars if someone breaks their ankle or back or whatever. So that would be my recommendation. Still leave open the option for a P3 coming forward and seeing how that might work on the north lot. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I just have some questions. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. But that would be at 400 spots on the south?
Yeah, I believe so. We also asked the consultant to have a extended setback on the south parcel because of the residential buildings to the west. So that number includes a substantial setback.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, I was there last night. I coach my daughter's soccer teams in Holiday Park, so I'm there all the time. Not only is parking a challenge, but pedestrian I'm just looking at the map, crossing to War Memorial is a significant challenge from the parking, so we definitely want to address this. What I want to touch on is just want to kind of go over again bigger picture for the YMCA and the Broward Health possibility. So I'm just looking at the map. So the YMCA is being proposed right on Federal Highway, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the Broward Health facility would be where? Remind me where that? In the Y. It'd be in the same structure. Yeah. Okay. Got it. So is there any opportunity, or can we explore possibly partnering with the Y and Broward Health to build a parking structure as part of that facility? Have we talked about that at all with them or explored that?
Well, we did way back when they first started moving forward with it. That those conversations were present. Not so much, I should say, not so much with Broward Health, but with the Y. And at that time, they were still struggling with the entire economic picture of it because the pool was a consideration and funding is still short. So I always got the response that it was a funding issue from the Y. I have not had that conversation with Broward Health.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd really be interested because we're considering this partnership and city land for these entities, which is, great opportunity across the board. And, could we look at building a parking structure as part of their plan?
Within the new Y?
Yes.
Well, they'll have parking for themselves and the hospital. I know that.
I think we have to do that. So if we back up a minute, when we talked about making our contribution to the project, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, initially we talked about the pool, but in order for us to use Parks bond money, it had to be open to the general public, which they then later came and said they were not amenable to. So if you recall, the suggestion was made that we use it for parking on that site because that would be an appropriate use of Parks bond funds because it would be available to the general public. It would be in support of the park amenities there. People could park there and use all of the other parts of the park. So I think we're kind of obligated to do that at this point. Somebody correct me if my recollection is wrong.
My recollection was that we kind of got through the discussion on whether the pool was eligible for parks bonds, and I thought where we left it was the $2 million was for the pool.
So so unless something has changed, and maybe it has, they were not going to open up the pool to the general public, which it has to be if we're using Parks bond dollars for it. So has that changed? Because if it has, I'm unaware of that.
I don't think we're using Parks bond money there anymore.
We are. We're using $1 million from District 1 and $1 million from District 2 in order to close the gap on it. That was part of what we all agreed to in this comprehensive agreement.
And I'm going to have to go back and pull the research when we did work with Bond Council and get you an update on that. It won't be right now. But I believe
my
I thought it
understanding
was
is
to
we
the pool.
can't spend Parks bond dollars on something that's not open to the general public. That's a private amenity if it's only available to their members. So we can't do that.
Okay.
And the idea was that parking lot would be open to everybody, therefore would be an appropriate use. So please clarify and get back to me.
I'll do the research
Would
and
be an
circle
appropriate use
back.
of the Parks bond dollars so we could assign the $1 million to a parking facility?
And they could spend their own money on the pool.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm very interested, again, in partnering to really try to scale parking capacity in the Y at the Broward Health Center. And how can we do that to really, because they're going to need parking, right? They're going to have to build parking there.
They're going to need parking for themselves, correct?
Exactly. And so what I want to push is to say, great, glad you all need parking. We need parking too.
So you want to
add to it. And so part of the deal and working together is increasing the total capacity of parking there, because we have a real need here. Now, so I'd like that conversation to happen. So Susan, is that fair to lead that dialogue?
Yeah, I talk to Cheryl pretty often.
Okay, great.
Yes.
And then whoever the Broward Health stakeholder is on this discussion, Shane, if Shane's the point on that. And I think in addition to that, I think at the same time, we should develop that southern portion, because as much parking as we may be able to get in working with the Y and Broward Health, fantastic. We're still going to need more parking, and so I think surface parking on the south portion makes a lot of sense to move that forward, Mayor, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to remind everyone that at yesterday's prioritization workshop, we also talked about the need of a fire station or EMS station or something, and we did talk about the Holiday Park. We did talk about perhaps this is also something we might need to think about in terms of the garage itself.
Well, can I just say one thing? If I were a patron of the Parker, I'm not sure I'd want to walk all the way to the YMCA to attend something. I don't know. It depends on, how eager someone is to go from, it's a distance, especially if you're dressed up and all that, unless there's a sidewalk to take you there, which there is none right now. I'm not sure that, and I'm not sure the design of the building, we'd have to, screw with the design the way it is now. And also, who would pay for the additional parking? It would have to be us.
Well, I think, look, it might be us, but I think it's also talking with the Y and Broward Health.
They don't have any. The whole
we can partner.
The deal that we constructed was where the Broward Health paid their rent in advance, and that was going to be the money sufficient to build the building as designed so far. If you change the design, there's no extra money that's going to come from the Y. I doubt Broward Health is going to want to contribute any more money. But we can explore it and see where their head is at.
Okay. Can someone email me this agreement? I'm not
that was how
familiar with.
Yeah, that's how.
And the reason we had to kick in $2 million was the Y no longer had enough money to construct the facility.
That's the point.
So they were short on cash. That was basically gap financing. We agreed to help them out.
Right.
So given that they came to us hat in hand, I don't think they're going to turn around and put, realistically speaking, Commissioner, they don't have the money. That's why they came and asked us to contribute more towards their project. They're certainly not in a position to contribute more to our project.
Sure. But with construction, when you scale things, a lot of times there's synergy in having construction in an existing facility that you're going to build. So that's where there can really be cost savings for the city, even if the city is paying incrementally for it. So
we can look into
that's why it's really worth looking into from a construction standpoint.
So, Mayor, if the commission's supportive of the surface lot on the south side, what I recommend is that we go ahead and give direction to our consultant to go ahead and do the 30% design on both the north and the south. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to move forward with the north, but if they're going to be working on it, we might as well have them do it together because it's already under contract. Then when we get to that 30% design, we'll come back to the commission and say, do you want to move forward with the south portion? If the answer is yes, then we'll have to do a solicitation to develop that.
That's fine, but I think the South is a given,
is the priority,
no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah, and hopefully in the interim we'll get a P3 proposal that might incorporate the north side.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
All right,
Great.
Mr. Olson, are you still here? Mr. Olson wants to speak. Still here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Gary Olson, and I live a few blocks away from Holiday Park.
Could you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry. Live a few blocks away from Holiday Park and have been using that park for over 40 years. And it's sad what's happening to the park. When you bring commercial interest, when you bring the profit motive into a park, the profit motive is always going to win out over the park. And that's what happened here. So the public War Memorial Auditorium no longer exists. If you look up War Memorial Auditorium, it says FTL War Memorial. That is the massive commercial development that has replaced the public War Memorial Auditorium. It was a tiny little auditorium, War Memorial Auditorium. The building footprint is 4 times bigger for this commercial development is 4 times bigger than the old War Memorial Auditorium. And so what happened is they started bringing in all these businesses. And so when it opened up, and by the way, this whole thing about this being public is nonsense. I tried to go, mayor and vice mayor were there at the groundbreaking ceremony in May of 2021, I believe it was, and they would not let me in. Even though I had been there for years, they would not let me in, said it was private. So here they are doing this massive development of Holiday Park, and I'm not let in. So I watched across the street. Go ahead a few years later, they were having the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Iceplex. They would not let me in. It was private. I couldn't go in. Then later they had the ribbon cutting ceremony for the for FTL War Memorial. Wouldn't let me in. I was rejected from that. Plus, in the area, this whole area that is now 10.8 acres, which is all, this is outside of the parking, 10.8 acres, all is around War Memorial Auditorium. That was the site plan that this city commission in the, you can see in the lot.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So that was in the site plan that the original lease, and it was a lease to War Memorial Benefit Corporation. And the whole concept, the park had always been protected from developers because developers, it's only a nonprofit can do these long-term leases. Well, the lease was entered into with War Memorial Benefit Corporation in June of 2019, and then in October 15th of 2019, and you can see in the Lauder briefs, you can look at that. It's it moved the whole project a little bit to the east, and it was approved a site plan for 10.8 acres. And that was approved for War Memorial Benefit Corporation. That's the lessee, the long-term lessee, in which it states a nonprofit entity of the Florida Panthers. That's nonsense.
What are we getting at here?
What we're getting at here is this is a commercial enterprise.
What's a commercial enterprise?
What War Memorial, FTL War Memorial.
Well,
and so my point, Mayor, if I could, is we should not be looking for the issue today. The parking, we've already had enough green space taken away. And so the parking should not be for commercial purposes. And so I want to just tell you that. So FTL War Memorial is a commercial purpose, and they sell a lot of alcohol. Okay, and alcohol is profitable.
So are you against?
We don't,
wait, sir. I don't want to run on this all afternoon.
Right.
Your objection is that we created a new recreational opportunity with ice skating, and you're against that.
No, my point is
what is your
we
point?
should not be taking further green space away, as you're talking about doing in the South Lot, for commercial purposes.
So you don't think the people that attend the Parker Playhouse should have a reasonable parking space?
Parker Playhouse is a completely different issue.
That's a commercial enterprise.
No, it's not. It's nonprofit. It's a nonprofit. The Parker Playhouse is run by a nonprofit, the same nonprofit that runs this place.
But it's still a commercial enterprise.
No, it's a nonprofit. A commercial enterprise is making money. If you look at War Memorial, FTL War Memorial, that makes money, a lot of money. Okay. So far, we have given them $800,000, and they have given us $6. Now, we do get another $44 over the next 44 years, but that's the money we.
Who owns those buildings?
Which buildings?
The buildings to which you are referring. The Iceplex, War Memorial. Who owns those buildings?
Well, the FPL and War
The city of Fort Lauderdale owns those buildings, sir.
Okay, what is that 800 Northeast 8th Street?
I don't know what that means. Any property, anything that's built on city land,
Right.
and we all agree that that's city land. So any development, any structure that's built on city land is city property. So we own those buildings. They have the right to use them for the term of the license agreement.
Right.
But we own those buildings. So to say that we only got $6, okay, belies the fact that we own those buildings, which cost in excess of $60 million. So what is your complaint here now?
If I could get to it. In 2022, 5 different businesses were created for 800 Northeast 8th Street.
Okay.
This is in the public War Memorial Auditorium. 5 different businesses were created. WM Music and Entertainment LLC. That's a business. WM Special Events LLC. WM Dining LLC. WM Sports LLC.
Did you go to the Melissa Etheridge concert last night?
I was by there.
Did you go? That was open to the public.
No, I didn't. It was a paid thing, and they took away a lot of parking from the kids that were there.
The point is,
McDonald's is open to the public.
okay, so I'm not sure what is the issue here today?
This is for commercial purposes.
Okay, all right.
And so you've got those 4 issues. They're commercial purposes, so the parking should not be. We shouldn't take away further green space for a business.
Okay. Okay.
So the 5th one that was opened up is Nallhart Holding 10 LLC. That is the new federal bar. So that, by the way, is serving alcohol all day long, every day, and has happy hour every day from 3 to 7. That's not good in a park with a bunch of kids.
Okay.
So if you're talking about parking, if you're talking about using money, I don't have a problem with using money for parking if it's for the public, if it's for the kids. But it's flat out dangerous to have parking in there that is for this commercial purpose. You got people in there drinking all day, then they come out and the kids run out in front of it, and you're gonna have bad things happen. So that's my point. And this, you're talking about a. Well, can I just ask one more question? You mentioned something about a P3. That wouldn't happen to be with Ola, would it? Okay, just expect that. Just expect that. He wants. War Memorial Benefit Corporation is a entity of a New York billionaire, and he doesn't care about holiday park. So that's my point there. Okay, so I would just say. Okay, thanks.
Mayor, one point I just want to get on the record.
Has my mic been turned off?
They're working on it.
Go ahead.
So just one thing I do want to get out there for the record. So whatever parking we're currently going to be building over there in Holiday Park is not necessarily for Memorial. We have an existing lease agreement with Parker Playhouse that requires us to provide, it's between, I think, 600 or 800 parking spaces. We are contractually obligated to provide, like I said, in excess of 600 parking spaces for Parker Playhouse. for Parker Playhouse. War Memorial may be able to utilize it, but it is not for War Memorial. It is for Parker Playhouse.
For
Ben,
but also, Mayor, the War Memorial Benefit Corporation is not a
We're going to have to take a 5 or 10 minute break because we have a They better off. She should heat it up for you. Well, I just saw Commissioner Beasley Pittman behind Steve. You trying to get a cup of coffee? Is reassembled. The meeting now resumes. Business 3, presentation of the City of Fort Lauderdale Grant Program update. Who will be handling that?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Yvette Matthews, Acting Director of the Office of Management and Budget. So yesterday you had your commission goal setting and we talked about a lot of the needs that we have. Today we get to talk about some of the opportunities that we're bringing forward for funding. And there's something. So the reason that grants are so important are they allow us to enhance our programs and services. A really good example of this is our community court program. So that program costs us about $200,000 a year to run from the general fund. But we often receive grants like the last one we received from the state for $100,000, which allows us to both supplement the program and at times offset some of the general fund responsibility associated with those programs. This also allows us to target specific initiatives that the Commission has put forth. A really good example of that is a lot of our educational opportunities that we've pursued over the last few years where the Commission has targeted education, but it's not a service that we normally provide as city staff. Grants provide us the opportunity to really target those initiatives without putting forth a large amount of general fund contribution. So the grants program here at the City of Fort Lauderdale is really a team sport. So yesterday, you guys started your discussion about setting your priorities. We work with our legislative affairs team to really target grant opportunities and to both at the federal and state level. The city manager makes sure that the grant opportunities that city staff is applying for align with those priorities, with our long-term financial plan, as well as the needs of the community. And then the department staff actually submit the grant application and manage those grant opportunities. So we ensure that we have compliance and oversight over our grants program, which is a really important part of being a strong grant applicant. So the Commission approves every grant that the city accepts on our behalf. We have quarterly FLSAT meetings where we talk about the challenges that are facing each of these grant opportunities. Each year we provide you a grants year-end review where you get a summary of the grants that were received and applied for over the year. And then we're also subject to a single audit each year, in which we audit our federal and state grant programs. Our grant search opportunities go beyond just the legislative searches. We also have a program called Grant Finder, in which city staff have subscriptions where they can target specific items that they're searching for grants for, and they receive a daily update of those grant opportunities that pop up. As a member of the Florida League of Cities, we also have access to eCivis, which provides us access to a wide array of grant opportunities, both private, federal, state. And then each year we get together with our grants managers across the city to develop our grants resource guide. And that's when we look at the opportunities that are coming down the pipeline over the next year and the programs that we currently have, and we try to see what we plan on applying for over the next year. This is a living and breathing document. As opportunities arise, we still pursue them, but we want to make sure that we have those dates on the calendar so that we're targeting opportunities and putting forth the effort needed to really have a successful grant application. So our strategy is to ensure that the grants that we're pursuing align with our strategic plan and our vision plan, but also to make sure that we're targeting the highest priority needs. So you've seen in the past that we're really successful with some of our stormwater grants, which have been a priority over the last few years. Our Parks Bond has been another success story where we use Parks Bond funds to match some of our grant opportunities to really expand what we're able to do under the Parks Bond. And then we make sure that the grants that we're targeting have terms and conditions that city staff can really comply with. So we wouldn't want to accept a $5,000 grant that required weekly reporting because it may be cumbersome for the city. So we really want to make sure that we're strategically aligning our efforts with what is going to serve the city best. So my colleague, Tamika McGibbon, is going to get to give you all of the great news for what we've done over the last year.
Good afternoon, everyone. So just to give you a little bit of a highlight of the 2024 grants that we received. So the first one that we received was the Education Enrichment Grant, which was $704,000. So this allowed for us to for workforce exploration, citizenship development. We also had young people and children from low-income families who benefited from career-aligned academic enrichment and tutoring, and this was delivered over the summer, this past summer. We also received $3.2 million for the renovation of Cooley's Landing. This is actually 3 grants that we received that is going to be used for the renovation of Cooley's Landing, and that's grants from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Florida Inland Navigation District, and also from Broward County. When we look at public safety, we received $750,000 for the COPS grant, and this is going to partially support the hiring of 6 full-time sworn police officers over the next 5 years. And then, of course, we had, the SAFER grant, which was announced back in October for $11.4 million, which partially supports the hiring of 28 firefighters for the next 3 years. So when we look at our grant award summary, so in 2024, we actually applied for 50 grants that total $132 million. Of those, for grants that we were awarded in 2024, we did get 38 grants that were awarded at $22 million. We do want to point out that there are a number of these grants that are here that were actually applied for in prior years. So of the 50 that you saw that we applied for in 2024, we might hear down the pipeline within 25 or in 26 that we were awarded if they come through. So this is a summary of the sources of the grant funds that we received. We received 9 federal grants that total $14 million. We do have grant match of $1.2 million for those federal grants. For the state grants, we received 23 grants, which is $5.3 million, with a grant match of $1.5 million. From the county, we received 3 grants for $2.2 million. The grant match was $100,000. And then privately, we received 3 grants for $509,000, with a grant match of $6,998 for the total 38 grants that we received. So when we look at our active grants portfolio, we have an active grants portfolio of $136.1 million. 40% of those grants are actually from housing and community development. Those are the entitlement grants that we have for $55 million. The next would be from public works for 38 $4.5 million. So a lot of those stormwater grants that we talked about, those are part of the public works grants that we received. And then 13.7% of the portfolio is for city manager, which is really our FXE grants for $18.6 million. So this slide actually gives us a 5-year look at the entitlement grants that we received from HCD. So in 2021, we received $9.4 million, and as we look through to 2025, $11.7 million was actually appropriated for the 2025 budget year. So this is in addition to the grants that we spoke about with our active grants. We have received, when it comes to the community shuttle program from Lauderdale, we have funding that we received for 2025 of $1.5 million. And then when we take a look at the surtax funding, it totals $26.7 million. And as you can see, we wanted to also show you, based on the cycle of these grants, how much we did receive. A majority of that, of course, are from the capital improvement grants, projects that we have for this grant. And that concludes our presentation. Sure.
The infrastructure money that was passed by Congress several years ago was intended to be applied towards new infrastructure projects such as water projects, sewer projects, and the like, roads. And I don't see us having tapped into that in any significant way, considering the amount of money that we're spending. Is it that each application has a cap and only a certain amount of money is awarded to each municipality, or where are we? Are we not eligible for these monies? What level of participation are we exercising with regard to this this federal money?
So we are actively pursuing the opportunities that come through. One of the big ones that we've really gone after are bridges. So we put forth a cluster of applications 2 years ago. A year ago, we put forth another cluster. Across my desk came another set that will be submitted. We have not received them as of yet, so we do actively pursue those. Another group is the stormwater infrastructure is another one that we very actively pursue. We have been very successful in that, mostly a year ago. So what ends up happening is a lot of these grants, you receive them 1 year, but it's over the life of the construction project. So we received 3 fairly large stormwater project grants that are still ongoing with the development of the stormwater projects. But as opportunities come forth that are aligned with the projects that we're already pursuing or those things that we know are targeted needs, we are very actively pursuing them. And bridges is really one where we've put forth a lot of energy. We just haven't quite seen the return yet. And we're not sure if it's necessarily related to our specific applications. We've tried a couple of different strategies. We're trying a new one this year again. So we have grant managers and grant writers within the departments that continuously hone in on who is receiving funding so that we can see if we can be more competitive in the future.
Well, so what consultants can we engage, or what lobbyists can we engage in order to guide the process? Because the numbers that we're spending are staggering, and the need is enormous. But the contribution from the federal government is fractional. So just to submit an application is not going to be very productive. We have to have someone who holds our hand through the process and who can help our application rise to the top. What are we doing with regard to that?
Yeah, and that's a really great question. So when I say submit application, it's not just the process of pushing the button and submitting it. For larger grant applications, we have tapped into grant writers, professional grant writers. We work with Daphne's team to ensure that our lobbyist team is aware of the grant applications that are being submitted, and we get the appropriate letters from our representatives to go as part of those application process. So it really depends on the application itself and the project that we're going after, but for larger projects, we are engaging grant writers that can assist us with those and engaging our legislative representatives to ensure that they're aware of what is going on or what we're submitting.
But we're still not getting as much as we need. right? I mean, we've got hundreds of millions of dollars worth of stormwater projects that are still just in design right now. So we're still eligible for some of the federal infrastructure money. Who is it that we're using? Do you know off the top of your head? Is Daphne here today? Where's Daphne? Where's Daphne? Oh, there. Maybe she can help us out here. So Daphne, on some of these larger grant applications for stormwater projects, for example, who have we engaged in Washington to help us help guide our applications through the process?
It's both of our firms. So we use both Aiken Gump and Alcalde and Fay, Maurice and Susan Lent. Okay. And depending on the relationship, so sometimes Maurice with Alcalde has a better relationship with a House member or a ranking committee member in transportation and infrastructure. So we use Maurice, but we use both of our firms collectively in order to push both the application forward.
But it's not working.
Something's
wrong here. I know of other cities that are getting, 7, 8 figures in infrastructure grants from the federal government, and we're nowhere near that.
I think what we would need to do is go back into the debrief sessions to find out where in the process did our application get with the agencies to see how competitive it is. So based on for example, the Reconnecting Communities grant, we didn't get it the first time around, but when we got the feedback from the debrief, we used that feedback to do it again, and then we were able to get it on the second time around. Right. So we need to look at the notes from those grant writers based on the debrief sessions.
All right. Well, time's not on our side, and these programs are going to expire in a couple of years, and we need to really be more proactive. And if the people that are with us are not providing results, we need to find a path to get results. I just feel that the city of Fort Lauderdale is shouldering a huge burden when we can reduce that burden, by trying to apply and qualify for these programs. All right. Anyone have any questions of these ladies? Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I do have one question. Do we have any idea how we stack up against other cities of our size statewide in terms of the breakdown of the FY 2024 grant award summary? You have all the federal, state, county, private total. How do we do in comparison to cities around the state? Do we know?
We took a look about a year ago, and we looked at two different things. We looked at the number of awards that we received and the dollar value of the awards that we received. We stack up very well against and we looked at our neighboring cities. So we stacked up very well against our neighboring cities in both categories. Both the dollar volume as well as the actual number of applications that we were receiving. Some of our neighboring cities actually pursue more private entity grants, and over the years, because our needs have moved more towards infrastructure related items, we haven't seen as many private foundation grants as some of our neighboring cities. So that is one area that we see as an opportunity for us.
Well, when you say neighboring cities, you're talking Oakland Park, Lauderdale by the Sea?
More like Coral Springs, Miami Beach, those kind of cities, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. No one signed up to speak. Moving on to business 4. This is a discussion regarding I Am Cistrunk campaign. Who will be presenting? Oh. Hello, Daphne.
Perfect timing. Daphne Sainville, Public Affairs Manager. Thank you. So we're going to be discussing the I Am Cistrunk campaign, which is a part of our community revitalization opportunity project that we're doing in conjunction with the International Economic Development Council, IEDC. and other conglomerates with our ERC fellow that we were able to obtain through IEDC. So about the program, here we go.
While you're doing that, when I was at this conference last weekend, those electronic billboards they have at bus stops now that I hope we can pursue and get in our city.
Yes.
So I got the business card of the vendor who was there, and his last name was Cistrunk. And I said, what? It's not a common name, but he said there's absolutely no relation to anyone in Florida that he knows of, but I just thought it was a strange coincidence. Anyway, go ahead.
That's nice. So just to recap a little bit about our Economic Recovery Fellow, their job is to focus on ensuring economic development programs which are designed to implement measurably defined benefit for our local community, where the fellow will consult with the design of economic development strategies and evaluate programmatic outcomes using mixed quantitative and qualitative methods. They'll also design economic development strategies to include workforce development training, small business incubators, and potential family strengthening programs. And then at the conclusion of the program, which I believe is in another year and a half, the fellow will be asked to share policy recommendations to scale the city's efforts. So we'll be coming back with the economic revitalization, particularly in the District 3 corridor. So this also tackles the city's economic development priority, which was to diversify the economy while revitalizing stagnant areas in the city. And one of these recommendations that came forward early on was how to unify the community through a branding campaign to foster stakeholder collaboration. And that is where I Am Cistrunk comes in. So why I Am Cistrunk? It's the initiative is a visionary project aimed at revitalizing the historic Cistrunk corridor within Fort Lauderdale. And one of the key objectives is to transform the corridor into a thriving hub of economic opportunities. It honors the area's rich African-American heritage while fostering economic growth, community pride, and increased home ownership. And it also creates a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable community that honors its past while shaping a promising future for all those who call Cistrunk home. So it also ties in and is collaborative with the CRA efforts to provide affordable housing opportunities. We see this looking at the Arcadian, other CRA initiatives like the Victory Building that's happening, the development that's happening now. There are two logo concepts that came about earlier on. And Ashley will go into how these logo concepts were developed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Ashley Dussard, Director of Strategic Communications. We were asked to create a logo. We worked with the fellow and spoke with some residents and business owners in the Cistrunk area. They gave feedback on some logo options. And we decided that one of the things that we wanted to do was we didn't want to create something that told the people of Cistrunk how to identify. So we recycled something that had already been implemented but never fully rolled out. This Mosaic S design had been put together by a group hired by the city several years back. And if you drive along Cistrunk, there are some utility boxes that do have the historic Cistrunk on it. They do use this Mosaic S. We also felt like we could piggyback on the We Are FTL campaigns that we've done in the past. We've gotten great response to that. We think that businesses, residents, city employees all have identified with that We Are FTL branding, and we figured that we could use this as an opportunity to build on that. So We Are Cistrunk is one of the options. I Am Cistrunk is also one of the options. And then at the commissioner's request, we added the historic in there as well. The thought being that the campaign, these logos would be available to residents and business owners so that they could get them on our website, use them in whatever capacity they want to. They could take the logo and put it in their shop windows, whatever they want to do with it. They could put yard signs in their yard, a sense of community pride and a sense of their history and a sense of not just where we were, but where we are and where we're going.
Could I jump in for 1 second?
Sure.
So I'm a little confused because I was here when we went through this the last time. I mean, it was a big community effort. We had lengthy discussions about branding Cistrunk and historic Cistrunk and whether it should be the village. And help me understand why we're rebranding something that we spent a lot of money and a lot of time and got tremendous amount of community input to rebrand just a couple of years ago. I'm missing something.
Yeah, so with this economic recovery fellow brought in, what we were hearing from those who were there before with the CRA and previous residents who were here as well, and I was not here during that, so I'm not sure what happened with the lack of implementation. What I think that this really does need, because we have gotten positive responses from the businesses and from the residents, and the commissioner is a champion of this idea. What I think that we needed really was a champion to really push this forward. You can't build a brand around a logo. I do feel that, but I think if we do take, hopefully we didn't waste the money that we spent on that before.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
I don't mind that we're trying to come up with a cohesive branding. I just want to know, where do we fail on our last branding effort so we don't make the same mistake again?
If I can chime in with this discussion, I'm not exactly sure where it dropped before. However, it's always been the desire of the community of the Cistrunk Quarter to go into the opportunity of branding the Cistrunk Quarter area and the surrounding area. Wanting to keep that up, as was said, championing and making sure that we follow through. That's something that we're really stepping up to this time. We brought in the HOAs for their discussion. They're ready to embrace this and make sure that this becomes a true conversation with all. Also, even with this, we're including District 2 as well. They're coming in because the Cistrunk corridor runs through District 2 as well. We've been speaking with the business owners in the community. They're ready to move forward with this. And from observation, from where I'm sitting, it just needs to be an engine that is really dictated and I wouldn't say dictated, but really driven, and not just saying, okay, this is the logo, we're putting it up, and here it is. But no, the whole concept of the community being on board. We have even talked about opportunities for the communities being video recorded, saying what this I Am Cistrunk is, where it's documented, becomes that conversation where individuals are using this, if you want to say hashtag, to the point that I Am Cistrunk, it becomes part of the everyday conversation.
I guess my question, Commissioner, is when we did this the last time, we did all of that too. So we had tremendous community input. We had, to your point, we had the whole business community. We had all the HOAs. In other words, everybody kind of bought into our last branding effort. And I was just kind of trying to understand why are we abandoning that, or are we?
I think it's a continuation. I don't think it's
the same look.
It's the same. Basically, the logo is the same. What was presented before, and when we began this conversation, that was my point. Let's stay with what's familiar. Let's not rearrange the logo. Let's go with what the community is familiar with. What I remember in that window, being a resident of the area, those who were, in a sense, overseeing that particular organization or company that was hired, the relationship with it and the city was dismanned. And I believe with that caused that hands-off situation where individuals were no longer knowing, well, this is here, but what are we doing now? So the point is now we're here, let's do it, and let's make it happen.
So to give detail on that, it was the Mosaic Group.
Correct.
And we were under contract with them. They came up with the logo, or something similar to this. They came up with a concept, but there was some dispute or disagreement as to the worthiness of our relationship, shall I say, and the city decided to terminate the contract or not extend the contract, and I think the whole effort just died at that point.
Yeah, no, I remember. I did an audit of it.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with it when I was the city auditor, and we went back and we reworked it because there was some pushback. To your point, Commissioner Pittman, there was some pushback from the neighborhood that they didn't think that there was enough listening done. And I know we sent them back out to go out and redo it a second time because we the community and the city was not satisfied with the results that we got the first time around.
Right.
So we asked them to go back out and do a second round with it. And I thought at that point everybody was sort of on board with it. So again, your district, I'm not trying to step on it. I was just curious as to what happened. That's all.
I actually have a question though, because I remember all of that, but that was a while ago, and I think that's what you're referencing. But not that long ago, we had a joint meeting with the CRA board, and we had a whole presentation. Jim Karras worked for months and months and months on what was that project? Does anyone, I mean, he made a presentation. We had a whole,
I believe that's with Mr. Woods is coming, but I'm thinking that was the entertainment district. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, Clarence
Okay.
Woods, CRA. That is a totally separate effort. That was way after the Mosaic Group's branding efforts.
it wasn't that long ago. But that was like?
Yeah, we have our arts and cultural district plan that Jim has worked on, and that we are.
So that was an arts and cultural district plan. Is
Yes.
that in any way tying into what we're seeing now, or are all of these different plans going to eventually mesh or work with each other?
I think so. I think so because, again, I think to Commissioner's point, this is really a continuation of what was actually done by the Mosaic Group, and at some point we will bring them together. But Jim's effort was something totally different. It was more about the creative communities with respect to economic development, using the creative communities to spur economic development.
But I know that was part of, I know we're talking now about things to work for economic development, so that's why I was remembering that. But where is that program?
We are still working towards that. If you recall, I came a few months back with the guys from the UM and doing smart cities presentation with the electronic billboards and things like that. All of those things are part of that whole effort, and using smart cities to do displays and kind of wayfinding systems once we get some of the commercial development going that also have entertainment in them, like the Wise Black Box Theater, Victor George's entertainment complex. All of those things, as they begin to come online, we have a plan to kind of bring all of that together.
What about all of the work, and I think we were part of this as a partner, Broward County Cultural Division had a tremendous effort for the Cistrunk corridor. Where are we with that partnership?
So the young lady who was working for Broward Cultural Division, she's no longer there. Grace Q.
Yes,
she's no longer there, but we are still in touch with them. They were a part of that whole process that we brought forth with the smart boards and things like that.
And if I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm good. Thank you.
What I wanted to add to the conversation, the concept of I Am Cistrunk, it is a collaboration of also moving into the arts culture district. So this is complementing each other. The heart desire and the push behind that I Am Cistrunk logo is part of that effort to the legacy, the pride, and beginning to bring all of that back to the area. So this is our opportunity to embrace all our neighbors, to let them say, hey, this is who we are. Let's embrace it. Let's begin to move in the direction that we are going in, because we see the economic development coming. We see the culture and arts coming, and we want to be able to say, I am Cistrunk in that
Great,
process.
and I think it's wonderful. Again, my only question was, are all of these efforts working together? That's all. And I'm hearing that it looks like
Yes.
they are, so that's good, because I do remember we've had all of these presentations,
Mhm.
and I just want to make sure they're not just little separate efforts, and that they are coming together holistically to really make an impact that we want to see.
Yes, and I think if, to your point and to Commissioner Herbst's point, I think our office can assist with that. I think one of the main things is a logo does not create a brand. There has to be something behind it. And as you all know, we have a very talented team. We're putting together a branding campaign, which will include videos and social media and news releases, et cetera. And it will really take the commission and the city championing this and really pushing it forward to make it stick. And so I think that's a really important part of this being a successful campaign.
Yes, and if I also may say, Commissioner Glassman, one thing I've heard and I've taken to point, you often say that the only recognized historic community is Sailboat, and we want historic Dorsey Cistrunk corridor to be included in that. So to me, this is an effort to begin to go in that direction. So that was one of the first things I heard you say, and I respect that, because it's something we want to see, and we need to follow the process to get there.
I would love that. I mean, I remember actually when Mosaic was here, and I think I've said this before, I tried very hard. I was not sitting on the dais at that time. That was a while ago, but I tried very hard. I had many meetings to try and get them to work on that historic aspect, to show them why that could be a historic district. You know, we had a presentation about grants a little while ago.
Yes.
There are grants out there. You saw we did get some. We've gotten some grants for Sailboat Bend. Because we are a certified local government, we do not have a match when it comes to historic grants from the State Division of Historic Resources, Cultural Affairs. So that's always something that's an opportunity for us. But there are federal grants, Main Street grants, historic preservation grants for commercial enterprises. There's a lot out there that I would love for us to see tap with regards to Cistrunk.
Well, so can I just interject something here? You know, a number of years ago, there was a great interest in where does Cistrunk Boulevard lie, and originally Cistrunk Boulevard ended at the train tracks, and the commission agreed to continue it through Federal Highway. So the question comes in, and I think you may have answered this, Commissioner, like how does historic Cistrunk relate to the full aspect, the full length of Cistrunk Boulevard, which goes right through Flagler Village? And I think you answered it by saying the historic Cistrunk, as we know, west of the tracks, contributes in an artistic and cultural way to the arts district that has been created in Flagler Village, like the Mass Art District and soon to be recreated the Fat Village Art District. So to that extent, the historic Cistrunk doesn't end at the tracks. It continues through Flagler Village. So I just want you to keep that in mind as you're branding it and you're promoting it, that it doesn't end where it traditionally ended. It continues through, and it should be incorporated as part of the total artistic experience that we're trying to create in Flagler Village.
Well, and also just let me add this. We have gone west of the tracks. I want to just mention Thrive Art District in Progresso Village. That is a really booming little area where we took all of those really awful rag shops and warehouses, and that's a little.
So something needs to bring it all together.
Exactly. But I'm just saying
that's the goal.
Yeah. But I'm just saying it is making its way, because as I
good.
said, that Thrive Art District is really nice now in Progresso Village.
And also to add to that, to the conversation, when we talk about 7th Avenue, what we know to be the Avenue of the Arts, in the backup we said the Arcadian, but also we have the Adderley, which is on the, the southwest
corner.
which is named after Cannonball Alley, the well-known jazz enthusiast.
I thought it was the former police chief.
Yeah,
He's telling us it was named after him.
Well, those are private conversation, but it is named after the jazz saxophone player, which is Cannonball Adderley, and that was something the community really advocated for, because we wanted to make sure the Cistrunk corridor, the things that have been contributed through the city, and that those who have contributed are being recognized.
Okay.
So we advocated for that.
Good idea.
So,
good.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Dickerman, I think that's who Mark is, right?
I didn't put my last name up, so.
Well, okay.
Commissioners,
Thank
Mayor,
you.
Vice Mayor, Mark Dickerman, city resident. I have always been a proponent of history and preserving history. Going back to my days in Forest Hills, that's how I met Michael Albetta, by the way.
Where?
In Queens. He restored a Revolutionary War cemetery, which is now a national landmark.
What were you doing there?
In those days, probably buying drugs, but you know.
Oh my God!
But I'm recovered 40 years, so that's pretty good.
Handcuff him.
Really?
But I want to see one. First of all, the branding is great. I was here around when the first time when they brought the branding up. As far as which concept, I think concept 3 was the best of the 3 of them, because it actually says historic on it, because that is a historic area. But historically, this commission has treated the Cistrunk area as a stepchild, and it's time to really focus on it, to bring it up. I saw in some backup there were 2 separate buildings that were being looked at. One had a beautiful glass frontage, which I think would bring up the corridor. But this program is this is the right way to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay. Have any concluding remarks? Ms. Sandville?
Yes. Sorry, I'm almost done.
Yeah.
So if you notice, there were 3 versions. The first one was a We Are Cistrunk. The second was an I Am, and the third was a We Are with Historic. And while we would love to have all 3, I think, and not only I, but our ERC fellow recommends narrowing it down to one in particular. If we're looking at revitalizing the community, our recommendation is to go with the We Are, because We Are Cistrunk Unified gives more credence to what I believe the community wants, residents, businesses alike. And it's streamlined, it's together, it's saying we are one another versus a singular I am. It gives that line of separation that we don't want to see when it comes to revitalizing and giving the energy that we want to move forward. And we can always add in the historic aspect to it in the manner, not necessarily directly on the logo, but to say that this is historic Cistrunk. We are historic Cistrunk in the branding campaign.
Now, the conversation from those stakeholders that we met with, they embraced the I Am concept with We Are FTL at the bottom, how we have it here, with concept version 2. The feedback was that I am saying that I am owning it, coming out and say this is who I am, being that individual, and not only being part of the group, but being able to stand and say, hey, yes, I am Cistrunk. So the feedback that we received was for version 2 for the community, and then also as it is written with We Are FTL, not separating, but at the same time standing out and then saying I'm a part of the city of Fort Lauderdale. The historic piece, the original logo itself, it said historic historic Cistrunk district. So that came up in the conversation after the whole charrette that we had. So we talked about being able to offer the I Am Cistrunk as a personal statement, and then with those businesses that came in and are being a part of this, being the we, saying we are part of this as well. So from there, just this conversation, sharing with us what the neighbors are
So what
requesting.
are you recommending? The we or the I?
The I for the community.
The I.
And then they said we can't have two, but the I for the community, and then those businesses who were that are willing to participate as a we.
We could potentially have I am and we are as the two logos that people, I mean, I think, you know, depending on whether you're a family and you want to have it in your yard, we are Cistrunk, or you're an individual and you want to say I am, I think we can make that work. I do think that the historic portion of it, which I do understand is very important to the community as well, I think we can make that a part of the campaign, not necessarily having to have it as part of the logo, but we are historic, we are vibrant, we are moving forward, we are arts and cultural. We can work with that in part of the campaign as well.
How about I and or we are?
No.
We can have options available.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
That is it. All right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So thank you.
Anyone else sign up to speak on this? There's nobody else? Okay.
Thank you, both Daphne, and thank you very much.
Okay, we move on to commissioner reports. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any report to share with us? None. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Not too much. I just want to share, I had the opportunity to attend our police award ceremonies for this year, and this was the first time I ever attended, and it was really exciting, and also it made me feel very proud to be in the room and watch our officers who daily put their lives on the line for us. I wanted to highlight the fact that for 2024, the Officers of the Year were announced, Officer Joseph Hoffman and then Officer Eric Flores. And they were given this recognition for their bravery and their quickness to jump into action with an incident that occurred on Northwest 10th Terrace in Fort Lauderdale. This was unfortunately the incident where there was the drive-by shooting at the convenience store where the mother lost her life and the child was injured. But these two officers, they actually picked up this baby and they drove him directly to the hospital for immediate treatment. And today, our young man, the 2-year-old, he's healthy, he's moving about, and he's recovering well. And to see the video that was shared with us during that ceremony, it drew me to tears because they went above, and beyond that call of duty, because they could have easily waited for the EMS services, and they recognized the need. And it was said in the presentation, because of their quick reaction and the time that was not delayed, it did have a positive impact on the child's recovery. So I want to say thank you overall to our police department and what they do on a daily service, and to these officers, again, Officer Joseph Hoffman and Officer Eric Flores, for all that they've done and that it just is amazing. Thank you. And that's all I want to say today.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I attended the Visit Lauderdale annual marketing event, which I always find fascinating. Numbers look great for us. It's a tremendous number of people that attend that, and it's very exciting to see what's happening in our area. And it looks like not only was this past year really strong, but I think that everyone is really excited about what's going to be happening in the coming year as well, with our number one industry being tourism. Also attended last week the opening ribbon cutting for the Pier 66. I think coming on the heels of attending Visit Lauderdale, I think it was a perfect 1-2 because I think that site will probably take our tourism industry to a different level. From what I saw, I do know that we don't have anything like that right now in Fort Lauderdale, and I think that that's going to be a real game changer. It's amazing what $1 billion will get you. Yeah, those guys, I mean, really, $1 billion. Anyway, I think it's going to be very...
It's become a destination resort now instead of just a hotel.
Oh, yeah. It's, again, I think it takes us to a whole new level. I had the pleasure of joining the Beach Business Improvement District's annual strategic planning meeting on the 13th at the Fort Lauderdale Aquatic Center. Again, a great group of people that work very hard, self-taxing district for all of those businesses along A1A, and I was pleased to speak to them and also be a part of that planning session as well. I do want to congratulate Keith Costa, who was elected as the new president of the International Association of Firefighters, our local union 765. I want to wish him the best. Congratulations on that election. I also want to thank him for inviting me to the first meeting that he presided over. I enjoyed it. It was a very spirited discussion, let's just say that. And I really did think that it was a good time spent. So I wanted to say thank you. I also want to mention we had a serious fire in District 2 at the tennis club, and I mentioned this to the firefighters when I met with them last week. It's amazing. There was this fire on the 4th floor right into the roof. I think in many places, if they were not prepared, if they were not trained, if they did not have the resources, that could have been a tough situation. I think that the condos there would have been affected. People would have been displaced. None of that happened. It was amazing how they contained that fire. I want to say thank you to Fire Rescue for that, because there was really so little damage. No one had water in their apartments. Amazing when that fire was on the 4th floor and then through the roof. So amazing job. Thank you. I know that the folks at the tennis club in South Middle River Civic Association neighborhood were just so pleased and so thrilled, and we thank our first responders. I typically will go to that banquet that Commissioner Beasley Pittman mentioned, but I had a previous commitment and I could not make it. But I also wanted to say thank you to them for everything that they do at the same time. Congratulations to all of those award winners. I think it was called Bravery Behind the Badge that evening. And there's bravery behind the badge with every single person on that force. Let me also congratulate the leadership of the FOP for their reelection to leadership in that organization as well. Moving along, I do want to say that I made a trip out to the Humana Association of Pickleball Players. That was a tournament that was held that opened the fort. And I will tell you that I was very impressed with what I saw. We had 1,200 of the best pickleball players in the country in Fort Lauderdale for 5 days. And everyone was just gushing over this facility and Fort Lauderdale. I know there's another tournament in April. By then, the beach should be finished, the restaurant should be finished, and the championship court with the stadium surrounding it should all be finished. But what an attraction that is. And I will tell you that I believe that that will really be another feather in our cap and really put Fort Lauderdale on the map in terms of sports and in terms of, for sure, pickleball, because there's no other facility like this. So I know that Humana was so thrilled with what they saw and with the arrangements that they've already signed on to a lot more partnerships. I know that people have been contacting the developers of that facility, also wanting to do things. So word is spreading very fast in the country about the facility that we have there. I want to thank staff again for yesterday's facilitation of the Commission Prioritization Workshop. I always think that's an excellent exercise that we go through. Tomorrow night I'll be speaking at the Central Beach Alliance monthly meeting over at the Las Olas Beach Club. Mayor, I'm sure you'll mention that Thursday we have the Fort Lauderdale Greek Festival beginning at St. Demetrius in Victoria Park. Just a couple of comments. I know this was briefly touched upon yesterday, but I think that it would be good for us to have some regular commission updates on the police headquarters. I know that we're getting the memorandums, but I think in terms of transparency and for the public, I know there's a lot of questions. But I think it would be great if once in a while we could have a presentation at the conference meeting. And lastly, I wanted to congratulate I don't know how many people read Florida Trend magazine. I find it a very interesting periodical. It deals with mostly business in our state. A great 2-page spread on Bonnie Clearwater from the NSU Museum of Art. Excellent. And then about 31 pages on Greater Fort Lauderdale and everything that's happening. I'm happy to lend it if no one has seen it from management, but it's a great 31 pages on our area in terms of the economy, in terms of business, and again also highlighting a couple of pages on the NSU Museum of Art and what Bonnie does. So congratulations to the Fort Lauderdale Alliance. I know had something to do with that, the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance. And Visit Lauderdale had something to do with that 31-page spread. Mayor, your name was mentioned in people to look at and look for, but unfortunately your photo was not there. Other photos were there. Maybe you didn't submit one, but you are listed in people to know in the Greater Fort Lauderdale area. So I'm so glad to know you.
Not on the
So that's about it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to touch on Dwayne sent a great email yesterday for rules and regulations governing city boards and committees and provided a great memo there. And so just wanted to get the commission's feedback for some of the suggestions that he makes here. Is that okay to kind of go through that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Great. So the first one, in terms of remote participation, in Dwayne's memo says the commission currently recognizes 6 extraordinary circumstances which permit remote participation, but we could amend that to include additional circumstances. One of the circumstances I'd like to include for remote participation, it's not explicit in there, but I think should be, is military service. So for remote participation, it includes a bunch of other allowances.
So if you're stationed in Bali, you should be able to participate. Okay.
Correct. Yes, for certain periods of time.
Yep. Makes sense.
Okay.
How long a period of time would you contemplate for that? Is that if you're deployed for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months?
Yeah, good question. Dwayne, what's your feedback on that?
So there's no real guidance for you. You have to recall that the meeting still has to have a physically present quorum here, and to the extent that you believe that an extended absence of a board or committee member or a commission member would cause a strain on that, that would be a part of your consideration. But we don't have the current ordinance only has a limitation on the number of times with regards to the exercise this absence for purposes of vacation. All of the others do not have a limitation on the number of times that a member can exercise those or claim those extraordinary circumstances.
I think my concern would be it's not even so much about the administration of the meeting. I think that's fairly straightforward. It really is how effectively can you represent your district if you're away for a year. I think that's something that we really need to think about. Obviously, as somebody who's served, I'm as supportive of the military as you're going to find. But there's a point at which you are either available for your district or you're not available for your district. And I don't know what that reasonable length of time is. I know my nephew is getting ready to deploy probably down to the southern border again with the National Guard. He's going to be gone for a year because they're activating his unit. So I don't know that you can be an effective representative for your community if you're gone for a year. So I think we need to take that into consideration as well.
Well, I mean, as far as that's concerned, I think that would be up to his constituents as to whether or not they, wish to, elect him or re-elect him. But maybe we can put a cap of the number of meetings, maybe like,
Well, and that's what I think it ties into, Mayor. It's how long can you be away from the city and effectively participate in city governance?
Well, wait a minute. There's two issues.
No, I think they're connected.
I'm sorry?
I think they're connected.
Well, let me finish my sentence. So there's being absent, number one, or participating remotely. Those are two separate things. So we can add military service as an option for participating remotely. And then if there are situations where you cannot participate, you're just absent. I mean, those things happen. And we've had in the past where commissioners are unable to attend a meeting. The mayor has in the past been unable to attend a meeting in some of the commissions that I've been a part of. So those can happen too. But even in the first term, you never were absent more than once, I think, because of military service.
Yeah, it's serving in the Navy Reserves now for going on 17 years. It's thankfully I've been able to limit my absences due to that.
Been very
so,
rare.
Yeah, exactly.
So why don't we add military service, but say up to 3 times a year or something like that? Would that be appropriate, Dwayne?
Sure, but in terms of the absence, and we're talking about as it applies to board and committee members, you have the automatic resignation policy. That second part of your discussion, Mayor, is it your desire to waive that automatic resigning requirement for even if they don't remotely participate for military service?
Well, up to 3 times a year, I think, might be just a suggestion. Just putting it out there, 3 times a year to participate.
Remotely.
Yeah.
But if a member is exercising that military service and is deployed for a longer period of time and cannot participate, has participated 3 times, and we're going on to 4. We have a separate provision in another ordinance that addresses automatic resignation for lack of attendance.
What is that number?
That number is 4 regular meetings.
4?
Yes.
So if a person is absent completely, whether it's if they just don't participate at all, then 4 times, then that's automatic resignation. Is that how that works?
That's correct.
All right. So if someone's in the military service, we're really just talking about Ben right now because I'm not in the military, nor are the others. So if he's able to participate 3 times remotely, but then is absent 4 other times.
Well, the provision I'm talking about relates to board and committee members. That absentee policy doesn't apply to the city commission.
Right, I know. But if we're looking to redefine what absenteeism here is, I think, the fact that he's still a member of our service, we should be very proud of his service, and we should try to accommodate him. But to the extent that he has constituents that depend on their commissioner to represent them, I think there's a balancing act there of how far we should go. But I definitely think we should show the commissioner some deference, considering his loyalty to the country and his military service. So I'd be willing to agree to 3 remote participation meetings, and then anything more than that, if you're absent, then we'll address that at the time.
So we'll add that to the resolution that currently provides for remote that identifies extraordinary circumstances as including local states of emergency, physical disability, illness, medical treatment of the member, matters related to death or illness. That the member is out of Broward County for business purposes, and that only can be exercised once per fiscal year. That the member is on city business, that the member is on vacation, that also can only be exercised once per fiscal year, and we're adding away on military service for 3 times within a fiscal year.
Right.
Okay.
As long as they participate remotely. Is that
yes.
what?
Yes. That's it.
Excuse me just a second,
Yes.
Commissioner. Wasn't there a commissioner from District 2? Remember the guy that owns a jewelry store?
Keno?
Carrie Keno.
Yes.
He was absent for months, I remember, sometimes. And he only served 1 term. But I remember that was always a problem. And there was no policy back then. This was before my time. And so that became awkward. So at some point, maybe we should consider a charter. Maybe make a charter change regarding absenteeism for commission members. Commissioner Beasley.
Yes, my question is, what was just read by Dwayne. This is pertaining to commission only, or is this also for the advisory boards and the committee meetings?
Also for advisory boards and committees.
So if they're serving in the military.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Question, with the remote opportunity, are they allowed to vote? Because I was under impression if you weren't in the room, you were not allowed to vote.
You're allowed to vote if there is a quorum present in the room.
If there's already a quorum established by
Mhm.
us,
Right.
then he can vote remotely.
Okay, and that applies to the advisory boards?
Yes.
Okay. I think that need to be clarified because I saw it on the meeting where that was not the practice in that meeting. We were under the impression that the member could not vote because they were not in the room, regardless of the quorum.
We can provide that clarity.
Okay.
The member that is not in the room cannot be counted towards the quorum. So if you lose the quorum, the physical quorum at that meeting,
Mhm.
then even though you have a quorum with that person
Right.
online or however they're remotely attending, no action can be taken at that time.
And does the state allow for this?
Yes.
There's okay. I don't want to find ourselves violating any state requirements. Okay.
We're still following the guidelines provided by the Florida Attorney General's office in terms of remote participation.
Is that Pam Bondi or Miss Moody? Which one? Is it?
It was Pam Bondi interpreting Bob Butterworth's
Butterworth, okay.
policy, extending it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that sounds great for that. Thank you all. And for future, hopefully it encourages future reservists, National Guards, men and women to consider running for office because they now know that they'll have a opportunity to serve in both capacities possibly.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. It's an honor. Next suggestion that you brought forward, Dwayne, is the lobbyist on city advisory boards. If you want to kind of share the summary thought there or suggestion?
Sure. There were five legal principles that we had to consider in terms of the ban on lobbyists, and that the lobbyists have a protected First Amendment right to petition their government. So we relied heavily on some federal case law built in a case that arose during the Obama administration, where the federal government put a general ban on appointing lobbyists to federal advisory boards. That was challenged in court and it was shut down. As a result, the administration adjusted their policy to make a less restrictive restriction. Broward County has a regulation in place that I think we can wholesale adopt, but theirs may be a little bit too narrowly tailored for the commission's liking. In their case, they provide that no members of a board or a committee shall, during the member's term of appointment or for a period of 2 years after such term of appointment, lobby for compensation any employee of a county's division or department that provides support services to the appointed board. So it limits it doesn't bar the appointment of lobbyists. What it does, it bars the appointees from lobbying directly the divisions that serve that board, is how the county has their limitation. So their lobbyists, and again, the county is a larger organization. Those appointed board members can lobby other divisions of the county, just not those that directly relate to the board that they serve on. The Obama administration's change to their lobbying policy still restricted the appointment of lobbyists, but it provided an exemption for appointment of lobbyists in a representative capacity, so those who are sitting on boards that affected their industry is how they handled it. I'm recommending going with something similar to what the county has in terms of and we have language that bars post-appointment lobbying activities. I'm recommending revising Section 2- 264 to put in a provision that mimics the counties but just bars appointees from lobbying the city.
Well, are you saying then that they cannot be a registered lobbyist and be appointed, or are you saying they can be, but then they have to stop being a registered lobbyist?
They would have to stop being correct. So if they're a registered lobbyist with the city, that means that they're lobbying the city. So that activity they cannot participate with.
And you can force that. You can say you can't lobby the city.
It would be a violation of our code.
What about the other examples? I remember Tom gave us other examples of other cities that had provisions whereby lobbyists were not permitted to serve on boards and committees. Why are we focusing only on Broward County's ordinance?
I think Broward County provides a comprehensive and a good and defensible anti or lobbying prohibition for advisory board appointees and members.
But that's just saying you can't do something after you're already on this board. Do they address that you can't lobby the county or the affected departments while you're on the board, or are they just saying 2 years after?
No. While you're on the board, it's a bar of any of their appointees are barred from lobbying the divisions that are related to the board that they serve on.
And how do you monitor and enforce that?
So we're dealing with registered lobbyists. So as you know, registered lobbyists have to register with the city, and then they have to log lobbying activities. And in accordance with the county's ordinance framework, any member of the appointed board who lobbies in violation of the section shall be disqualified as a member of the appointed board, and their appointment shall immediately cease, is how that's worded.
Can we maybe just dust off some of those other examples of other cities that Tom
Sure.
had sent us originally when we started talking about this? Because I think there were others that were just not quite as, I don't want to say restrictive or after the fact, or they actually were more preemptive in terms of just the appointment itself. So maybe if we could just look at those. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, great. Thanks. Next one is limit the ability for individuals from being appointed to multiple city boards. Dwayne, if you can give us a quick summary of that.
Sure. I think this is something that you can address. This is currently we have a resolution from 2008 that provides language that limits the ability to be appointed on multiple boards. The language is that advisory board members may only serve on one advisory board at a time, and then in parentheses it says not including committees. The simple fix there is to delete the into parentheses not including committees, so to extend that to board and committees. I think Vice Mayor Glassman was the one who raised this as an issue.
So yeah, I like that possibility, so just want to get y'all's feedback.
So it allows you to serve on both, correct?
No.
Just one at a time.
You can only be appointed to one board, or you would only be able to be appointed to one board or committee. Presently,
right now we
policy
allow
is-
that, though.
Presently, you're allowed to serve on only one board, but
Right.
you can serve on as many committees as the commission.
And what do you
will
want to
appoint you.
change?
Just allow one at a time. You can serve on one board or committee at a time to ensure, other
Do we have
folks
enough
get a
people to
chance.
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
my question.
We have
Do
a
we
lot
have
of
enough
people.
individuals? Because you've heard me say my
Definitely.
challenge is being able to find individuals who
people,
are
yeah.
available with the to volunteer, and that would limit opportunity for my representation. So I would, if we could continue in the manner that we are, that would benefit my opportunity to appoint neighbors.
Yeah, I think we should just leave it the way it is because I know that's sometimes difficult to find qualified and available people.
Okay.
And the last issue was the quorum requirement. So there's a clarification there. The ordinance that provides for the quorum being the number of members appointed only applies to the listed boards that are that you see in the last page of the actual memorandum, not the exhibits. So all of the other boards within the city are governed by their own enabling legislation. So on page 4, you'll see the list starting with the Beach Redevelopment Board and down to the Utility Advisory Committee. These are the boards and committees whose quorums flex in terms of with the number of persons that are appointed to those committees. And I know that was a concern that was raised.
So in terms of quorum, it's the ones that are currently serving?
Currently appointed.
Currently appointed.
Right. So if it's a 10-member board, instead of the quorum being the 6, it would be, if the commission only appointed 6 members, it would be the quorum of the 6.
Would be the quorum.
Would be, right.
Yeah. Okay.
But that only applies to the specifically listed boards.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
Yep. Agreed. Yep. Okay. Great. Then last question, Dwayne, how many city boards or committees require a supermajority vote?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that the Board of Adjustment does require that for the approval of their orders, a majority plus 1.
Right.
But I'm not familiar with any. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you.
Either am I. I think it's just Board of Adjustment, and I'd like to look at changing that to just a simple majority. I don't know what I think other boards deal with equally big, important issues. And so, like, what would we, in exploring that, what would we need? What would you need from us?
In terms of instituting the change, it would just be a code amendment.
Okay.
It's an ordinance, and we bring an ordinance forward.
Okay. Can we explore that?
Let's think on that. I mean, to approve, I think should be a simple majority. To deny,
Right.
Well, I guess if you don't
Deny should be a simple majority too.
Yeah. Well, if you don't approve it, then it's denied.
Right.
So, all right. I mean, the only thing they really take up is variances, right? I mean, what else do they take up?
They take up variances. They take up temporary use permits. They review interpretation challenges to interpretations of the land development code, the zoning administrators' interpretations. They also do special exceptions, and you've tasked them with the sidewalk waivers and also the alcoholic beverage distance waivers as well.
Right. And
we can see how that works. If it turns out, I mean, certain subject matters maybe should be supermajority, but we can maybe just see how that works out going forward.
Yeah, planning and zoning is a simple majority, right?
Yeah,
and
that's also a problem.
Well, I think it should be,
okay.
similar. And then what about appeals? I think Board of Adjustment, the appeal is only, I think it's to circuit court.
Correct.
Can there be appeal process to the city commission?
That I would have to research and get back to you. It's a quasi judicial board, and the nature of it may be possible, but
okay.
I'd rather
if you want to look into that.
Look at that.
But let's do simple majority now, and then look further for appeal, if that's okay. Great. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks you, Dwayne, for your work there. just a couple other highlights for these last couple weeks. The MLK Day Parade was fantastic. The rain actually kind of held off, so it was great marching with the mayor and Commissioner Beasley Pittman on that. And we got to get all city staff together with us next time. We were spread out a little bit, but it was still just great. The honoring the police was fantastic as well. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, you nailed it. And the prioritization session I thought yesterday was just great. I thought we had good discussion. I thought we each, contributed in really good ways. So thank you. I thought that just the way you set that up, Susan, and the engagement and the close proximity of being there, I thought was excellent, as we talked about earlier today, but also that I think agendizing community participation for each workshop just going forward would be great, so that folks know when. But again, as you said, Mayor, you included that yesterday, which I thought was great.
I thought that the staff did an amazing job in preparing the materials that helped guide us through that process. I think it made it a lot easier. It organized us. I think it gave you the ability to now go back and summarize the conversations and the decisions that were made. And I've been through a lot of those, and so have you, Commissioner Herbst. and I think of all the approaches that we've taken with facilitators, on our own, and all that, I think it was the best that I've ever participated in. So thank you.
You know what else, Susan, I liked about it too, to your credit, is as a city manager, you could kind of run the whole thing if you wanted. You could lead all the discussions. But one of the things I really liked that you did, among many, is what it seemed to me is you really delegated it out to team members of city staff to say, hey, I want you to run it, like you to do this portion, you do that portion. So I think that was just great leadership and guidance you did there. Yeah. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Just a few things. I had an opportunity these past couple of weeks to meet with some of our state representatives, met with Representative Campbell as well as Senator Osgood to discuss legislative priorities. Senator Osgood organized a meeting of just the mayors in her district. I think there was 7 mayors eligible, and I think 5 participated. And it was good to be able to give them some feedback as to the kinds of things that we're looking for at the legislative level. I also was a guest at Brenda Foreman's Lawyers and Friends forum that was held at the Tower Club. That was on January 8th. Just bringing people into what's going on in the city. And this is something that the clerk of the court and others organize, and they have guest speakers once a month. Let's see. Bonnet House, they had an outdoor sculpture exhibit on January 12th, and I gave some remarks there. They had a local artist who actually she wasn't a local artist, but she was a resident artist that provided a temporary exhibit on the Bonnet House grounds, outdoor sculpture. It was really kind of nice. Attended the Imperial Point annual meeting. The most important issue that was brought up was the extension of the runway at the Executive Airport. The folks there were concerned about noise and neighborhood impact, and we've discussed that with Rufus, but as everyone knows, it's still being planned. There's still a lot a lot of neighborhood outreach still, and there's a lot of misinformation out there. So hopefully in the future, as this project progresses, that Rufus, you'll be able to do more neighborhood outreach so people understand what's going on. American Meetings, which is a Fort Lauderdale-based meeting planning company, had their annual meeting here in Fort Lauderdale. We presented a proclamation at the Hyatt Centric. People from all over the country participated. It was great to see the robust participation of a lot of young people there. This past weekend, I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington. We also met with a number of folks with regard to the the tunnel. The company called Meridian, which built the tunnel in Miami, met with us. That's their headquarters, the U.S. headquarters, and some city staff, myself, and others met with them, and I think we're going to be able to generate an unsolicited proposal from them to present to the county and come up with a realistic approach and budget as to what we could probably do in terms of not only design, construction, but also funding. So they were very excited they seemed to be very excited about being part of it, and we'll see where that goes. On the 19th, I was an award recipient for the Gamma Mu Foundation, which is an LGBT charitable foundation. They give about $300,000 a year to various charities around the country, and I was their first award winner for their Achievement Award. Let's see, on the 26th, which I think is Sunday, the Friendship Circle, that's the Chabad on Las Olas, is having their annual judicial luncheon, and I'll be participating at that event. There's a new restaurant opening on Las Olas called the Catch and Cut, and I assume that's a seafood restaurant.
Steak and seafood.
Who is it?
Come on by. Yep.
Catch is the seafood, cut is the meat. Catch and cut.
It's surf and turf. Okay.
Yes. Both. The gentleman's from Joe's Stone Crab.
Oh, is that the
in
one?
Miami.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that's the grand opening is January 28th at 5:30. So everyone's invited to attend. The annual State of the Workforce Breakfast and Job Fair is being held at the Convention Center on the 29th. The FXC ACE Awards on January 30th at 5:30 at FXC. Always a great time, Rufus. Always well catered. On the 31st, the investiture of Dr. Harry Moon as the new president of Nova Southeastern University. That's at 2 p.m. at the Rick Case Arena at the Don Taft University Center at NSU. Everyone's invited to attend. That evening, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, January 31st, we're having the traditional opening of the St. Demetrius Greek Festival that runs from actually January 30th to February 2nd, but the opening is going to be January 31st. And then February 3rd, the city manager meet and greet. Is that open to the public?
Absolutely. It's designed for the public.
Okay, so where is that being held?
That is starting at 5 to 6:30 at the Women's Club.
At the where?
Women's Club.
At the Women's Club downtown,
Yes.
next to Shanahan Park. Okay. All right, very good. And I have one announcement with regard to a retirement. Jeff Lucas, who has been our fire marshal, he has served 29 years with our city, started November of 1995. He's retiring at the end of next week. So we really appreciate his service to us, and congratulations. So, with that being said, City Manager, you have a report for us.
Again, thank you to our OMB staff and all the department directors that put the goal-setting session together yesterday. And thank you to all of you who gave us some really, really good feedback that will be actionable, and we'll be bringing things back to you in the future. I did receive, I think I sent it to you individually, a letter from the Florida Panthers earlier in the week. As you know, you had authorized us to sign an agreement with them and to fund up to $100,000 of the city expenses related to the parade. Those included including the outside jurisdictions was $394,000. After that $100,000 and the $100,000 for the from the Beach Improvement District, which the City Commission also approved, the Panthers are asking that we waive the remaining $194,000. So I am bringing that to you for your consideration.
So, comments from the Commission on how we want to respond to the Panther organization with regard to their request that we absorb somehow almost $200,000 in costs for the parade that took place on Fort Lauderdale Beach in celebration of the Stanley Cup. Any thoughts?
Before that, Susan, if you could repeat those figures for us again.
Say it again.
I was asking Susan to repeat the figures.
The city expenses were $331,000 outside jurisdictions, and again, we haven't reimbursed any outside jurisdictions. $62,000, so a total of $394,000. Our initial authorization for me in that agreement was $100,000, and the bid, the city did approve another $100,000 that has already gone to the Panthers. They would rebate that back to us, but they are asking that we waive the remaining $194,000.
So we've already given 100,000?
Well, we've taken 100,000 off the top, which was what the agreement was,
Right.
and then we've given them the check for 100,000 from the bid. So yes,
Okay.
we've taken off 200,000 in
What was the
essence.
total cost of the day?
331.
Well, that's just our cost.
That's our costs.
Do we have an idea of what the total cost of that day was?
And what do you mean? So our cost, you mean what they incurred for the staging
Everything, yes,
and
everything.
all those other things? Ben's shaking. You know, Ben yesterday was nodding. Today he's shaking his head. So Ben said, no, we don't.
We don't know that.
We don't. I mean.
This is just the security costs that we incurred.
So it was
Yeah.
police, fire, parks employees,
Right.
traffic,
Right.
etc.
So we don't know all the
How
other
much
costs.
they
Okay.
incurred.
Okay.
So, thoughts. I have my thoughts. My thoughts are we can't afford that. And unfortunately, we have so many other priorities in the city right now in terms of trying to deal with homelessness and, affordable housing, to think we can absorb $194,000. I think their organization is far more capable of assuming that cost than we are. That's just my opinion. But anyone else have any thoughts? We're quiet.
No, not quiet. I don't agree in absorbing this 195. No.
I'm not inclined either.
Any other
Yep, agree.
comments?
I agree with you all.
Yeah, I think we're unanimous.
Thank you very much, and that's all I have.
Okay. Dwayne, do you have any report to make?
We'll just wait.
No.
Okay. All right. There being no further business for the commission this afternoon, this concludes that meeting. See you at 6 o'clock.
CRA? CRA?
Oh, you want to do the CRA now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. I didn't know you wanted to do the CRA now. Okay. All right. We shall open the CRA board meeting. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst? Vice Chair Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Here.
Chair Trentalis?
Here. We have M1, motion approving the minutes for December 17, 2024 Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and M1 is now approved. R1, this is a resolution amending the Property and Business Investment Program Agreement with the Quality of Life Grant with Broward College to extend the time period which Broward College can complete improvements at the Broward College in the L.A. Lee YMCA Community Center and provide scholarships to residents in the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Area. We have one person signed up to speak, but only for questions. So, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
Resolution's been introduced. Any questions?
I do.
Yes.
So I guess it would be Clarence, right?
Yes.
Or Mayor, as you'd like to say, Rufus.
Yeah.
So Clarence, I just want to make sure, because here's what my concerns are. First of all, how much money has not been spent that we gave to Broward College for this?
It's the $500,000 for the scholarships hasn't been spent, and I think it may have been somewhere maybe like $50,000 or less in the actual build-out money. It was $500,000 for build-out, and then $500,000 for the scholarships. The scholarships have not been accessed yet.
So nothing on the 500,000 for the scholarships.
Right.
And when did we approve that like 4 years ago?
It's about 3 years ago.
Okay. I thought it was 2020, but that's okay. So my question is, what is Broward College going to do differently? I am concerned. I'm disappointed that they didn't have one resident from within the CRA to take advantage of this program, not one. So were you comfortable, or were you pleased with their outreach or their plan or their, all of that effort to try and get residents to participate in what looks to be a great program?
Yeah, again, for a long time, they've been without leadership. After President Hale left, remember, while he was there, the whole program was being advertised, and we did advertisement. The issue is getting folks from within the redevelopment area.
Yes.
Because this isn't for just it. They had other people to come and utilize the services there, but they were not from within the redevelopment area. And there was some ambiguity about, the fact that the boundary list 33311, which includes the redevelopment area, but if they're not within our boundaries, then they don't count. So they did have people that did come, and they did provide services, but we're targeting specifically folks from within the redevelopment area.
Bless you. Thank you. And it was going to be made available to up to 200 residents, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
What's going to change now? What is Broward College, or what are we or Broward College going to do differently now that we didn't do in the last 4 years to get one student to enroll?
Well, I think they are going to have a more intensive recruitment effort where they will go to some of the legacy organizations within the community, like the churches, some of the homeowners associations. They will have a more intense effort at trying to make that happen.
And also adding to that, Commissioner, from our office, we have been sharing this information, doing what we can to encourage our neighbors to participate. Some of it may have been, I won't say lack of advertisement, because it's been posted all along the corridor, but people still have an issue with the word free. They don't believe that the opportunity is real, and they kind of go, okay, that's not real, but they don't investigate. And again, from where I'm sitting, trying to also spread the word, get local stakeholders and also legacy organizations to be a part, to get this word out so we can execute this and utilize it. So a push is going on is what I'm trying to share. Okay. We're working on it because it's a great opportunity, as we know, and we don't want it to fall by the wayside.
Okay, thanks. So Clarence, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. So Clarence, if I noticed that the CRA Advisory Board has extended the agreement for this portion to November 7th of this year. What happens if November 7th comes and they're not successful? Does that $500,000 come back to the CRA?
Well, I would imagine they would want to come, and depending on, where we are with the program and the outreach efforts. I do have a representative here from Broward College who will speak to this, but we may consider coming back if there's traction, coming back and looking to extend, especially given the fact that in our goal-setting sessions yesterday, you as a board agreed to allow the CRA to potentially extend for another possible 10 years, of course, provided that the county allows it. So there may be an opportunity to come back once we understand, or the new outreach effort, bears some fruit, then come back and ask you guys. But again, the money is there, and if they don't, then we recapture that money.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't know if you would like Mrs.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Anthea Pennant, and I'm the Associate Vice President for the Adult and Community Education Program at Broward College, which was only recently established at the YMCA. And I just wanted to clarify that we didn't actually get started with the program. Even though the grant was awarded, there was built out that was needed at the YMCA, which was only completed in 2023. I started at that location managing it in March of last year. And in May of 2024, we did the final walkthrough to make sure that everything on the construction side was finalized. So essentially, we've only had basically a year to start launching the scholarship side of this program. And so we've established several courses from ESOL program to the GED program, continuing education program. And it's not to say that we haven't possibly served some of the residents from the CRA, but it requires for us to get documentation from those who've participated. There is a ramping up that is required when you launch a new program, and essentially the program is still really in its incubation stage. And so building the infrastructure for the program, doing the outreach to get enough students to participate in our overarching program has been somewhat of a challenge when we've had some turnover with leadership, turnover with staff as a result of the change in leadership. So I'm there now leading that program. I am fully committed. We have in place strategies to ensure that CRA members are targeted in every effort of our marketing, from ESOL to GED to all of the continuing education program that exists, and also making sure that those who participate in those programs have an opportunity to go on to get a college degree.
Great.
So I'm very optimistic that moving forward, we will more than satisfy the requirements.
Excellent. No, thank you for the clarification, and thank you
Sure.
for your work. It's a great program, and I wish you all the success on this, so thank you.
And thank you for your support and continued confidence in our ability to deliver.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any further questions on this item? All right, there being none, the resolution has been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving an extension of the term of the Property and Business Investment Improvement Program Agreement and Quality of Life Grant with the District Board of Trustees of Broward College, Florida, approving the First Amendment and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and R1 is now approved. R2, resolution providing $1 million increase in development incentive program forgivable loan funds for the Aldridge and the Larimore mixed-use affordable housing projects developments. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
Resolution has been introduced. A couple people have signed up to speak. This is a forgivable, this is a reimbursement, right? They don't get this money until they've built it, correct, Rufus? I mean, Clarence.
Oh, my God.
I did that on purpose.
I hope.
Well, we allow for the funding to come in. Once we have all of our entitlements, permits, and everything, we allow for us to fund pari passu with their financing, with their debt. So it just depends. So we've normally just allow for it to come in.
So they get the
with
money
their debt
as they're constructing it?
as we're building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there hasn't been a shovel in the ground yet, so, I just want to make sure that the project is successful and
Soon
gets complete.
come, real fast.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is it Spencer? You did not get an A in penmanship. Good evening. Good afternoon.
Hello, good evening. My name is Spencer Lasday. I'm a resident. I live in Flagler Village. I live near the Cistrunk area. I like to walk up and down that area. I also happen to have been doing a lot of research on community development financial institutions, opportunity zones, new market tax credits, and low income tax credits. And as you were saying earlier, the budget is a little tight, not a whole lot of like liquidity and stuff. So how are we funding that $1 million increase for the development? And like, are we leveraging opportunity zones, new market tax credits, CDFIs, and like all this other capital that's been allocated from either the federal or state government? And if not, is there a plan to like ask the governor to maybe identify a census tract in that area so that way we could leverage those OZ tax credits?
All right, Clarence, you want to, or Andrew?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, are you familiar, Spencer, are you familiar with what is called a community redevelopment area, community redevelopment agency, and the idea of tax increment?
Like summarily, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, like a summary level.
Okay, so basically, where we're getting this money from is there's a number of years ago, about 30 years ago, the state approved, the county approved a certain geographic area in which, given that year, 1985, as 1985, yeah, 95, 90. No. 95, sorry, I can't count. In 1995 was the base year, and any value, any tax increase that tax monies that would be derived from the appreciation of value of the property within that geographical area is thrown into a pot, and that money is used for incentivizing developers for building developments such as this. So over the last 30 years, we've been the value of the property within that certain geographical area has accumulated a number of millions of dollars, and that's where the funding comes from. Now, whether or not that's within an opportunity zone, Clarence, you want to come up here and now speak to that issue?
And also, this is the beginning of this particular project. We've already did we do like $8 million for this project?
Yes.
We've already done $8 million like 4 years ago. Right. So this is just an additional because of circumstances and time and construction increases and all that.
Yes. So there is an opportunity. This is within the census tract for opportunity zone. The developers are here. I don't know that they don't need that equity because of our contribution, but they have utilized other funding sources to build a capital stack. They're getting funding from Broward County. This is a 4% bond deal, where they will syndicate tax credits. And then also they have funding from United Way. I think it's $1 million from United Way. So they found a way to build a capital stack, which diversifies it, as you mentioned.
Thank you for answering.
Did you have any other questions, Spencer?
Oh, yes, thank you. So quick follow-up. What was the total percentage of money allocated, and is it possible to figure out how much
Percentage towards the total cost of the project?
Yes, so thus far. So if it's, up 10 million and this 1 million, that would be 10%, like ballpark.
What percent of the total cost of the project, Andrew? This is their representative. How much is the total cost of the project?
Hi, Andrew Shine. The total cost is approximately $38 million. So
this is about one quarter.
Yep.
Spencer, it's about one quarter of the total.
And it's actually, it's between, just want to clarify, it's between two projects. It's between two buildings, not just one single building.
And the total of the two buildings is $38 million?
That's correct.
Okay.
And also, isn't there provision where the CRA is going to receive monies back from this project?
Talk?
Not on this one.
So Invest Fort Lauderdale is the co-developer in this project. Invest Fort Lauderdale will receive 20% of all the finances from the project.
But not on this loan. This is a forgivable loan, so let's just,
Right.
I just want to be clear about that. None of this $1 million is going to come back.
No.
Right. I mean, I'm fine
it's
with
the
that.
proceeds.
No, it's okay. I just want to be clear on it.
Right.
Okay.
Spencer, come on. Thank you, Andrew. Would you be interested in serving on a city board that deals with some of these topics?
Yeah, actually, I'd love that.
Would you?
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I just graduated law school, so I know
Awesome.
a little bit about codes and stuff.
Okay, sounds like you do.
Appreciate it. Word, thank you.
You're trying to poach some more District 2
He's
residents?
a
for
talented
your
District 2
appointments?
resident. I was going to... Have you thought about moving to District 4? I'll give you a tour. Wonderful place.
Just stay where you are, Spencer. You have an amazing commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Spencer.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency amending CRA Resolution Number 21-16 and CRA Resolution Number 22-06, approving an increase in funding from $8 million to $9 million to invest Fort Lauderdale, Inc. for the Aldridge and the Larimore mixed-use affordable housing project located at 1017 Cistrunk Boulevard, 1204 Cistrunk Boulevard, and 1620 Northwest 6th Court, and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. Is there any further business at the CRA? There being none, that meeting is now concluded. We'll convene the evening meeting at 6 o'clock.